Okay, let's try that again. Good morning to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live trading journal. I had set the date for the 21st instead of the 20th, so that's pretty good. Okay, so welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500. The idea here is that everything that's captured on my two primary monitors, Bookmap and IRT, are the video, and then my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking. So it makes a completely perfect, detailed, fully transparent, and fully accountable journal. I only trade live, real time, and I only trade live on the stream. I never take trades off of the live stream. So that's pretty important. I mean, what good would a trading journal be if I was trying to trade off the journal and not, trick myself? That's stupid. Anyway, that's the point. The problem with that, or not a problem, but a caveat, is that the purpose of the stream is not for trade or financial advice. And there's a disclaimer in the description. All right, let's get on with this now that I got the stream sorted out. It's, as I said, it's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. It's actually 8:04, the 20th of August, 2026. So you see what happened here. And then this, and I have not found any news to precipitate this. This would typically, in my opinion, this looks like a Trump dump to me, but I don't see anything about it, any tweets or anything anywhere, so I don't know. Let's get on with the normal business at hand here. So the first thing we've got to deal with are the reports and the numbers. We had the Philly Fed jobless claims and continuous jobless claims out this morning, and we've got a leading index down here that's yet to come. But here you see the setup. Initial Philly Fed, initial jobless, Philly Fed continuing jobless. This is investing.com. This is my normal traditional news source. I like it because I like the presentation. I can make an easy screen grab and throw it in Discord or wherever. You can filter this for wherever you are and whatever report you're interested in. And they only focus on traditional economic calendar events, which I kind of like that too, because it weeds out all the other stuff. And I picked that up on Financial Juice, which was my other source, like, a press conference or somebody's going to give a speech or something like that. It's free, and I keep it that way so anybody can have access to the same resources without any problem. And if you notice, the the event title changes to a URL if you hover over it. So if you don't know what the Philly Fed employment is, you can click on that and find out everything about it and the previous releases and all those things. We are in earnings season. It's not been really ripping. We have Walmart today, Alibaba. We've got Deere. We've got some. Deere is a pretty big one. They've been having some real. They really got. They got a CEO who thought he was from Silicon Valley, I think, and they're getting it shoved as far up their backside as they can get it. And it couldn't happen in a nicer bunch, in my opinion. So the other news source I use is Financial Juice, and it is a similar idea. There's a calendar over here, and there's a squawk box, which is pretty handy because it's kind of a live, ongoing narrative. Trying to see what this Treasury story is in Trump account. Anyway, they do. Here you go. Here's a perfect example. Just as I'm speaking, they pulled this Trump speaks at 1500 into the calendar. And I appreciate that because in today's environment, as traders, our primary objective is to protect and preserve our account. The fundamental way that you do that is risk management. So if you don't know that there's a risk, it's pretty hard to manage it, isn't it? I agree. Now, this is not any kind of political comment whatsoever, but this is a fact. If you don't know by now that Trump has the ability to speak and tip the market over, or tweet and tip the market over, then you've been living in a world I would love to come visit. So I'm really pleased when they pull these things into the market. Now I know I'm going to be a long way from here. I'm never in a trade at 1500 anyway, but you get the point, right? So that's the news story. Now let's get on with the pre-market, which is still a pretty big question for me. This is Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. Just quickly, if you notice in the header of all the charts is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This group of charts is my micro tab. There's the ES, micro NQ, the micro ES, high time frame chart, or my micro composite, I refer to it, and this is market profile, which I don't change between ES and MES, but I do change the sessions. Obviously a quote page, and then this is the tab, same exact setup for the minis rather than the micros. That's all there is to it. Very simple. My whole philosophy is keep it simple as you can. Now let's start with a higher time frame, which I think is a real good idea. Now stand by 1 second. All right, so the higher time frame, this is the MES is daily chart, and it's the daily time frame, and it's the RTH session. So every one of these candles is one full RTH trading day. Yesterday, day before, Friday, Monday, I'm sorry. So, or no, Friday, yeah, that's right. So wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around it, and that generates the micro composite POC. It generates a high and low volume nodes, which you can't see on this little profile here, but it just records the high and the low volume nodes across this profile, and those values are pushed to to bookmap. So are the session prices up here, and bookmap is over here. If you're not aware. And I'm still trying to figure out what's this about. I can't believe it's continuing jobless claims. They don't usually care that much. Anyway, columns right to left. Micro composite, where I enter manual, I enter these values manually. From the micro composite column, this is just, gap high, gap low. We've been gapping up and down all over the place for, ever. There's a naked volume point of control from way back on the 2nd. These are the high and low low volume nodes pushed from IRT to bookmap, and this is the full session volume profile right here, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will go through 1600 today. Then we have the RTH volume profile and the RTH delta, the statistics column, the price session prices pushed from IRT, and then the full level 2 book, ask and bid, resting orders, liquidity, and the price. There's no indicators on my book map or IRT. There are just POC, price, volume, and statistics. That's what I try to focus on. And now we're looking at these GEX levels too. Anyway, POC for the full session and the RTH. POC is just the marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. The minute one of these other prices trades one more contract than 34.74, price is going to move there. That's it. Simple. RTH VWAP and full session VWAP and the RTH mid. Session prices. These levels are trading zones that I'm interested in for a strategy that I've worked up. And they are pushed from IRT over here to bookmap so that when I'm trading live, I can focus on these lines and not be looking all over the place. When I'm developing a strategy here in IRT, like this, I can send the results of this strategy to this chart so that I can see things are happening where I expect that they should. But any trading that's taken by the computer here is done in the IRT simulated environment. So for instance, here you recognize the high and the low and these percentages, right? That's what's being pushed across the bookmap. There they are right over here. So I can use the same rules and methodology and trade live in bookmap. Never take any trades that aren't live, except when the computer does them in back testing or forward testing. Well, you know, that's strategy development statistics. Now let's look at the statistical open type and figure that one out. So it's really simple. Only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's a close. So it's lower than the close. How would that compare to the previous RTH low? The range, well, I can tell you right now that there's the previous RTH low. So we're lower out of range. This has been just flopping back and forth for 2 days now. Ridiculous. So we're lower out of range. And I always change the title to reflect the current open type so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I know what the open was without figuring it all out. And then now we're going to have to delete the statistics from yesterday because they're from yesterday. And we'll put in the new ones for today. Okay, and they come from the statistics study in IRT. There was yesterday. We've just determined it's going to be over here. How does this work? Real simple, like everything. The system looks back at the most recent 1,854 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower and out of range 280 of them. Of the days where we opened lower out of range, we revisited the overnight low 71.8% of the time. And that's way down below us here. 71.8%. And that's all there is to doing this. And now, whoops, except it kind of helps to get them on the right level. I got a thing expanded too much. And then we're just going to step down the levels. Overnight low, overnight volume point of control, 71.4. And then we've got the IB high. That is so weird. 71.4. Overnight volume point of control. Well, we can't even see it because it's way up here. 71.4. Now, just ask yourself the question, how the hell are we going to get from way down there at the low to way up here at 71.4? That's closing the gap and closing the outside day and closing everything else. We're an outside day and we're also gap down. And then the IB high at 67.1. I really, really find that strange. I know that the IB high is right there. So we'd have to take out the complete range in order to accomplish that. And that, I understand gap rules, but boy, that's a hell of an ask there, seems to me like. That's the overnight high, and that's everything else. Everything else. Overnight mid is 66.4. Previous low, 63.2. And remember, these are just probabilities. They're not hard, fast lines in the sand or IB low. Now that one, that IB low is right there. It's under the previous low, and I'm going to put this just above it so that we could make sure what we have is the IB low. Where did it go? 59.3. IB. And you need to put the statistics in here because the minute price opens, that low is going to go down and be below price, right? That's the whole definition. It's the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Previous close, 40.0. That's one. These frankly don't make any sense to me down here. Overnight high, 30.0. That's right up here again. There's the IB high. Corporate tick. And the overnight high is buried under here also as the developing value area high and everything else. That is really weird, I think. I'm not sure how those distributions could actually work, to be honest with you. I believe the system and the math over there, but, wow, it seems pretty far-fetched to me. Okay, I'm going to leave that alone for now, and I'm going to go do something that I do every day at this time, which is the T-Lab snap. And I need to open that chart, I guess. I turned it off. That's not good. So we're Gapitosis way down here. Amazing. The T-Lab, let me just get this done first. The T-Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. Uh, yeah. So let me get this out of the way here. A lot of back and forth people asking me stuff, or Thomas saying something. Yeah. All right. Now oh yeah, the T Lab, the Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day I post this, every day in the morning early, typically I post the reports. Today I didn't. Every day I post this one, which just gives folks in there the ability to have a look at all the numbers they might think were important. And it's the T Lab was started by a guy named Tom B. It's a Bookmap Discord chat room, so obviously they want you to subscribe. They would love you to do that, but you're never solicited for anything in the T Lab. They want you and Tom B is the guy who started it and runs it, and he's got like 48 years trading experience. So it's not a live calling room nor a trade calling room, but there's quite a few good people in there, a lot of good people in there, and a lot of banter and conversation and stuff that's just what I'm doing here is actually a suggestion from Tom, I think, maybe Rod, I don't know. I don't remember. To focus on your own market and not be focus on your own market and not be looking all over the place, right? So I'm going to try to do that. That's the purpose of the stream. Now let me get back to what I was doing. Yes, in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by selecting an account, and then you can close that and you get all the screen real estate back. But you also have a cancel and close and the metrics up here. So I like that idea. I need to be able to make sure I have the right statistics journal being used by where the stuff's being pushed. I never go to there. I've never seen what that journal looks like, to be absolutely honest with you. Multi brackets, we're going to be ready for the magic box this morning. And we're going to trade multi accounts. That's pretty important. And I'm sure Bookmap or IRT is going to fall over. Let me make sure what happened up here. Yes. Let me make sure of something. Okay. So we're going to open here in about 5 minutes. Let me see what I've forgotten to do. We have the book. We're ready to trade. I've got to get all organized with the candles and all that stuff. I'm still puzzled as to what's going on with all this price action. I don't know. But let's get set up anyway. Why not, huh? Okay. Got to get rid of this last price. This is my little thing I do every morning for that. 25 wide. We got to widen them out here to 30 seconds. This magic box is just simply an opening range breakout on 30 seconds. There we go. Now, let her open, let her rip. Okay, yeah. Well, hey, Anthony, good morning. What a big dump. I've looked all over the news and stuff. I don't find anything. I immediately thought it was, geopolitical or a Trump dump, but I don't see anything. I'm not sure how the magic box plays out in a big dump like this and a gap down, but there you are. We'll give it a whirl and see. It is a Thursday. So. I was thinking about you when I walked in the office this morning and saw that dump. I started about 6, which would be about 7:30 your time. I'm was hoping you got it were around and got on it short. I'm going to open here in 3 minutes. I was looking at the what is my BIOS for? I don't know. What I think they're doing is I think they gap this thing down and or are you talking about the GEX negative thing and that stuff, or are you just talking about it in general? Well, I think we're in gap rules, right? So we've gapped way down. It's about the third day. It's the third day now. We've gapped. The first day we gapped down. The next day we gapped up. Yesterday we gapped up, and today we've gapped way down. And on basically on nothing. So gap. I'll be looking for gap rules to trade towards the gap. And right now I'm going to do the box trade. And then I'm going to back off and see, because this kind of a big market, and I don't know why it did that. When I went to bed last night, it was this choppy, consolidated mess that you can see so easily. It was this choppy mess right here, and I said, okay, I'm going to bed. And then they sold her down a little bit, and then London came in, and whammo. But we are gap rules, which says that if the gap closes relatively early in the session and price is accepted in the previous value, that we'll trade across that range. The statistics were real strange this morning, in my opinion, if you were not around. And as soon as I get off of this box thing, I will be able to talk about it. But you know, like the the second most probable statistic this morning was the IB high, which is the previous yesterday's high of day. Go figure that one out. Well, it looks like they set about 30 seconds. No, 30 seconds. Reset 30 seconds early, it looks to me like. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what this will be in this kind of a volatile market. I hazard a guess, but we'll see what happens. And it crashed IRT again. That's pretty weird. Crashed IRT once again. So this is not looking very rosy as far as I'm concerned. I have that set up to be completely separated from the any kind of brokerage account or anything, and I couldn't possibly tell you why it's doing that, other than it's just enough to piss off the Pope. I don't know when magic actually brings them up to break even, but I'm going to protect myself on this side, I think, best I can. And that may not be the right idea, but we'll see what happens. Man, that's irritating. That is really irritating. Well, there you go. I don't know if my trade management's at all right with this, but that's how I'm comfortable with it. And obviously, no heat yet on the original stop, which is down here. But especially in this, I was happy to have it pull the high, and it may continue on and trade up that way, but because of the gap situation. But yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty spooky day. Well, I saw a bunch of interesting stuff, and who the hell knows, if this Gex thing or the Mentor is anything. But now, let's see here. I supposedly can keep trading this thing until 30 minutes is over. No, it's probably gonna. I probably jumped the gun on trailing this up, and obviously it looks to me like it's gonna go up and take the initial. Hit the target. Yeah, there we go. That would have been the, would it? Nope, not quite. There we go. That would have been T1. So I jumped the gun on trailing here. Now it would be trailed, and I would have had it locked in 20 points or 20 ticks on 5. I think I'm sure Magic's got more patience about that and better, trade management rules. And there's T2 up there too. They're probably going to get up there and get that now. Boy, that's disappointing. I blew that right out my butt. I don't know what to do about that exactly, though. Maybe trail it up halfway. I don't know. Or just leave it alone. I know what Tom would say. Don't manage it. But wow, look at there. What brought that on? Well, I am disappointed about that. Darn it. Huh. That's my own fault, too. Nobody's fault but my own. And there's T2. And I was positioned on the right side for any kind of a run. Yeah, well, this was the perfect. There's the perfect magic box, and I ruined it by trailing up prematurely, and notice that it just took the stop to the tick. So that was real poor trade management on my part, as what I can say about that. And now I could be trailing and just moving out that T2, which is what I think Magic does. Here's the outside day close up here. Boy, that's pretty disappointing. There's the outside day. What I was going to show you was, let's see if I can do this without breaking everything. I did the Gex refresh thing I've got that Gex Mentor over here on the ES. I did the update a few minutes ago, before the open. And here's what this says: the put support and blind level right here, and they came down and kind of flopped around. They did push through it a little bit, back up. The gamma wall was up here, and they got through that and then fell down. Whether any of that crap means anything or not, I don't know. But that's what the Mentor Q thing is saying about over here on the ES when I updated it. And now look at us go ripping back up through here, and I'm off the trade. Boy, oh boy, I am my own worst enemy. That's a real psychological problem, that phobia about not taking the, whatever you call it, fear of losing, I guess. That's bad news. It's really keeping me in my back foot. Now, what Magic does is he'll take the same trade. He says he trades it the same way every time for the first 30 minutes. I would not. The only way I've done that successfully is this: it comes back through here and then comes back up through it again. So not just keep adding to it or something. Well, I'll go restart Bookmap now. Or what do you call it, this other thing? I don't get it, but I've got to send those guys a ticket and say, what in the hell is going on? Between a bunch of other stuff, I guess. That was really worked out perfect. I just didn't manage it right. Okay. Are you going to come to see me now, Mr. IRT? Download in progress. Okay. Well. Says we don't have any lags. That's a miracle. Very disappointed. Magic's going to disown me here. See if I can get IRT back up to business now. Jesus. That trading view stuff is not working at all. And those mentor Q things, I don't know whether they did something or what, but it's not work. In the intraday thing doesn't work at all. And according to what the levels were, as I just showed you, updated on the ES in Bookmap, completely different than they are if I look at the end of day levels on. Look at this goofy profile, flat on the top and flat on the bottom. Wow. And notice we have notice on the higher time frame micro composite, we don't have any. Oh, you can't notice anything. We don't have any excess down here yesterday, and now they've brought it down and back up. So we'll see what happens. Ah, that's really disappointing. Oh well, what to do? I mean, next is the idea, I guess. Okay, come on now. Let's everybody play nice. Okay. I hope you got on that short this morning early. I know you've several times I've noticed you're already had a couple of trades on by the time things get going. And look at us go up now for a new IB high and past that T1, T2 again. And yeah. Blue Boy's asleep at the wheel, as am I. I don't know which is worse, to be in a good trade and then do that, mismanage it by being a chicken shit, or just miss them, or not take them. I think being in it on the right side and not taking it is and mismanaging it, then I got absolutely extra problems. That's even worse, I think. Oh. These profit targets in the bracket orders are just, obviously what I pulled out of the air. I mean, nobody said anything, told me anything about how to do that. I've just figured what to do based on risk. Look at us go. Well, there was the trade. There's chicken shit, pulls it up here. I get stopped to the tick, and up we go to T1 and T2. Now points higher, perhaps. So the concept of the trade is good. The management of the trade sucks. Oh, man. Having an eye issue today. Okay, well, we're just lagging along. That's cool. No worry about updating this thing after it gets through thinking a while. Trading view. Yeah, so here is the last day or whatever the hell it is. This is blind spots in the end of the day. Now it keeps saying these things need to be updated. And let's look at them. Okay. And let's do this. Okay. And what it does is it updates every time over here. And now you notice that it'll recalculate. And we'll see what happens. Well, if you notice, put support. If you noticed, you didn't notice because I had the wrong screen. Put support was up here. Now it's down here, which is essentially where it is on the update that I did on the ES and Bookmap. This is the ES. It's the same. I figured I'd look at the same, both of them the same. And that also makes me, I better be sure that I'm looking at the right thing over here. Well, let's just look at the MES. Why not? What's the difference? The conversion thing, right? Wow, completely different. What happened to the put level and all that stuff? Oh, way down here somewhere. This is, wow, so different. Look at the difference. And that's just changing from the MES, from the ES to the MES. Ooh. And if I shut this off and this off and turn on the intraday, nothing happened. It doesn't plot anything. I don't know. Hasn't for 2 days. I'm assuming they've figured out some way to disable this thing because of the wanting to get paid that extra $69. I don't know. I have no clue. It should work on the SPY, but it doesn't work there either. Or SPX, I mean. There's the SPX, and there's intraday, and there's not going to be anything plot. Boy, oh boy, I'd have been pretty out of that trade and pretty happy about life at the moment. 77.16, 77.20. Well, there we are. There was 16-ish. Yeah, the 16 is a whole bunch of stuff in my world. And being, you know, the high and whatever else. And what else is it? 20. Yeah, well, it's the previous RTH high. Yep. And this is surprising to me. There's the IB low, and there's the previous RTH low. I don't mean high, sorry. So that would close the outside bar, the outside day. And you notice that there's nobody home plotting anything over here. Yeah, cool. Good for you. Largest GEX, it's 676 and 20. I'm short BIOS. We didn't get previous ATH high. Hopefully today's the day. Yeah, well, I hope you're right for your sake and your family. And frankly, I think for the market, you know, that maneuver that Bassett pulled yesterday with the rate with the bonds long term is pretty weird. That guy's dangerous. Kind of like Blanche, you know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Meat puppets. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. You're saying okay. Well, I'm getting away from the GEX story, and as you see, it's been now a number of minutes. This thing is updated a couple of times, and it doesn't plot anything on the intraday stuff. So I don't know what they've done, or I didn't do anything other than just, I didn't do anything actually other than just turn these things on or off. I haven't changed the settings or done anything else, so I don't know. Maybe it's my fault, but the the end of day ones do all the different GEX things and the blind spots and all that bullshit. And you'll see that there's nothing at 20. There is a put, and the put support they say is clear down at 76.50 on the quarter, if you want to believe this thing, which I'm pretty sure I don't want to believe. Let's see what the ES says over here on Bookmap. So here was the support at 76.90 and a blind level and a GEX thing and a GEX thing and a GEX thing and up here at the gamma wall. Now we'll go over here and down here and right here and here and update the levels and see what changes, huh? Hook in and hang on. Probably nothing because it's not a half an hour yet. No, it remains the same so far. Put wall or gamma wall didn't change. These GEX levels look about normal. The ODT flip is here, and this put support's down here, according to this on the ES. You know. Oh, I forgot about their app. Forgot about that. Well, their app says in agreement with you, negative gamma. Now, this is way different. delayed, of course, but these should be still relative. The put support's down is basically as it is on the on my original one. End of day, intraday. So here's the intraday stuff. It's saying that the call ODT and call and gamma wall are at 77 quarter, and the put support ODT is down at 76.90. So that's pretty much the same as that's the same as the 0 day thing on on that it's doing to Bookmap. So that, yeah. If you're yeah, there you're seeing that. I know it's on your phone, but those are just the intraday levels without the blind. Oops, without the historical or the end of day or the blind spots. Those are just the level. Well, we're dumping again, huh? Okay, back to the job at hand here. Three bar reversal. I'm starting to think that just watching these, getting back to this old stuff is the way to survive. Okay, there's a lot of videos on. Yes, I saw a couple of them, starting with that one that you pointed out to me of that young fella that was on the IQ thing. And I was going to look at that last night, and then there's some stuff was going on around here that drew my attention away. Uh, yeah, I agree with you. I think they all convert them. Well, as you've seen in the app, the Mentor Q app, it's just a ratio conversion that they've cooked up. Oh, good. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll be digging into that because I have no affection for this stuff at all. I'm just was trying to. When I first did the mentor thing this weekend, I thought, cool, because we've talked about it so frequently that, and you have Jigsaw, and so I thought, cool, I'll do this mentor thing, and then we can compare notes, and which has worked out pretty good as far as I'm concerned. I haven't looked into the extensiveness of that YouTube stuff for Tunaki, but I got as far as the I don't know, the conversation we had last week about it. But yeah, I'm not in love with any of this. And I just like the, this Mentor Q thing. I don't expect to have to try to figure out how to keep it running on, even if it's TradingView. That strikes me as BS and bus tickets. Well, if you want to look at gap rules to get back to the basic ideas here, for the sake of the stream people, if anybody's listening ever, gap rules say that if we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if we're accepted in previous day's value, high probability, the probabilities are we trade across that value. If we're rejected out of that range or that value, the obvious opposite is expected, and that's to trade in the direction of the gap. Well, what did we do? Boom, boom, boom. We got as far as something. Where did we get? Let's look at the big picture over here. Well, we didn't get to the previous. We didn't get back in the range. Here's the previous low, previous IB low, and we didn't get there yet. So now, granted, like with everything with all these trading isms, what is relatively soon in the session or early in the session mean? Does that mean before lunch? Does that mean the first in RTH1? Who the hell knows? Like everything, it's subject to interpretation. So that gives everybody an out. Oh, well, no, I meant that was 10:30, not 10. It's the funniest part of trading. But anyway, what we did was we came up here. We got a 3-bar reversal right there, about as pretty as you could want. Closed below and sold down. And we're trading back down now around the open. This was my flubbed trade management, which prevented me from taking, without any heat, T1 and T2. So, and had I been focused properly, I would have been short right here. I'll bet you money Magic is short off of that one right there when he shows up. Today, swing high 77.33, swing low 76.80, 62%. Is that the fib thing? Oh man, oh my eyes. Yeah, no problem. I'm not laughing at him. I just don't. It seems to me that they typically are confirmational bias because it's based on where you draw the lines from. If you draw them in advance, like draw them before the market opens, these levels are in there forever. The session price, for example. So I don't know exactly how to do it. And because I've had Bookmap and IRT for so many years, I've never drawn fibs anywhere ever. I know a lot of people like them, and it's great. Works good for you, super. If I could figure out how to do that, or how to, I can't even keep IRT running when I put an order on now. It crashes the whole damn thing. So I've sent him a ticket and say, hey, what's the deal here? And if I could figure out another platform that would push these levels, which I rely on, and which I feel a certain responsibility to provide for the people that use them, and there's a lot of people that apparently still do. I could tell when I see screen snaps because of the colors and the abbreviations that I have on my session prices. I can tell who's using them. I don't go snoop around and figure it out, but if I see a screen snap, I think, oh, that's he's using the session prices that I push. I would do that in a heartbeat. Cool. That's good. I don't know how to do that, Oh, let's see here. So let me just hold on a minute. Let's figure this. Where the hell can I go quickly? This is a bar chart. If it's assuming that it's open. Thank you, IRT. Okay, and because it crashed and I have to do all this horse shit over again, let's just start from scratch. And another part of IRT that is I haven't found a way to replace, and I don't think Atas does, is the fact that building a strategy and backtesting it properly. I don't think that's in there, or that I have. A lot of people like that program. I mean, I noticed that the Mentor Q guys. I think a lot of people. Maybe it's a coincidence, but typically the people from Europe are real fond of it. Okay, so now I've got this going. What were we doing here? Let's see. What did you say? 77.33.75 to 77.80. 77.33. And I can't even do the. Watch this. You want to watch something funny? Watch the. If I put the crosshairs on here. First of all, there's an 11-second lag so far. If I put the crosshairs on here, look at how. If I move my mouse. I'm moving my mouse continually right now. Continually. It just it lags and jumps and jerks trying to update. And this machine ought to be able to do this shit in its sleep. Even AI says, oh, you've got you're a real powerful machine. Do this, do that, do something else. And look at this noise. So what I was going to try to do here was look at your levels, right? And I cannot do that. And the lag keeps growing. So I don't know what the problem is. I suspect, frankly, that it's the session prices, that it's exporting the session prices, which is what's causing the big problem, because it's continually recalculating that. If I look down here, wait a minute. Where does it show? There we go. Calc statistics report. Session prices. Well, that's not 26 milliseconds, 92 milliseconds for this thing, whatever that is. That's not so bad. Usually, sometimes these will be 1,000. So why is it dragging? This is the calculation of every indicator everywhere. And there's the milliseconds of doing it. I don't. Anyway, back to the drawing board. Okay, I'm trying to get to somewhere where I can see your levels. Never mind. I got it. Never mind. Trading view, baby. There we go. Okay, you can go take your Mentor Q and shove it up your Mentor ass. There we go. Okay, now. 77, 33, 75. What's this? What's going on? Oh, this is gold. Oh, somebody said something about, wow, look at what gold's doing yesterday, and I realized I could come over here and look at what that gold is. Okay. 33.75. 77.33. Wow. Really? There's 34. There's 33.75. Swing. High. Okay, so this boy right here until 76.80. That's got to be down here. Yeah, okay. Now, let's try the fibs. Watch yourself. I'm getting the fibs out. This baby may blow. You never know. Okay. I don't know how to do this exactly, so I'm going to do it like that. Okay, so there's the swing high, there's the swing low, sweet chariot. And what were you saying now? It retraces to somewhere 62%. Okay, pretty much to here, yeah. Do you happen to know do you happen to know oh, this has not been a good day. What caused this dump? Oh man. Yeah. And so how do you how do you work with that? What do you do? So there you are, pre-market. There you are from the middle of the night, whenever the hell time that is, 6 o'clock. I'm hoping you were on this. That's what I thought when I walked in. Boy, I hope Anton has got it. And down here, now we retrace back to about here. So what? So what do you do? Now we open here. Oh, we're looking for the retrace up to the 62 level on the open. Now you could do the same thing, right? You could do this, put the thing up here and put it down there. Is that the idea? Hold on. Wait a minute. Like that, right? I'm on the right. I'm busy talking about the wrong window all the time. Yeah. So what have we done now? Well, we haven't gotten back to the 50, or we just did the 38 too. Do you just round these percentages off to like 62 and 33 and that kind of thing, or do you leave all that? I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, cool. I might use this stuff. I mean, I'm not opposed to using anything that works. Don't get me wrong. That's whatsoever. But you see the impossibility of using it on IRT. Let's look. If I wanted to see this over here, 5-minute chart. Okay, I can't even. I'm trying to collapse the chart so that I can see the beginning of that fib level. Well, I guess this is about it right here at 6. Okay, let's try to draw a fib this way. Uh-huh. That didn't work like I had it planned. Yeah, there they are. So there's your 62 thing and your 38 thing, and yeah, okay, so that worked. You see how jerky and choppy it is, but let's turn this thing off. But there's that. Right? That's the same idea, is it not? Now it's working relatively okay on this little chart with no real indicators, and it's still got 6-second lag. So I don't find that to be very, very good. Now you figure out how to get Atas to where I can replicate the session prices and push them to my book map and also share them. I'm all over that thing. And also, I suppose the biggest problem I have, or the biggest, is the back testing and the session, the system development. And I don't care if I do it here in Bookmap. That's you remember why I was trying to look at Edgeful and stuff was to find a more expeditious way of doing this, but still maintain statistical, credibility. When I do a backtest report in IRT, it is damn sure accurate. The system is trading it by itself. There's no discretion, bing, bang, boom. It's all based on these rules. It seems to me like that should be able to be done in other programs, but I have a problem finding them. And if I could code well, like Rod or any of those guys with Bookmap or with Python or something, I guess it would be no problem. But I'm not there. Well, Magic, I let you down, my brother. Damn. Really disappointing. I'm going to grab some more tea. And we still have another 15 minutes or so for the IB, which for the sake of the stream is the most, where are we? There we go. So here's our open type. Notice that IRT conveniently highlights the correct statistical open type with this blue color, but only after 8:30, right? And we do this, pull the statistics for the stream prior to the open. And also notice that some of these text are blue and some are black. Any level that's been revisited already, which in this case is only the overnight mid, that cannot be right, can it? Has been revisited. Is that true? Huh. I'll have to look and see. Anyway, back to the IB. The IB is nothing more than the most probable statistic to achieve in every trading day at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time. And here it is at the top of each one of the open types. Today, 96.8% probability we will achieve the IB high. The price will revisit the IB high or low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session from 9:30 Central Standard Time until 1600. That's all the statistic says. And as, Murad Askar, IFT71 said, you can't really trade that because it's OR and it's this 6-hour window. But it is the most probable statistic, meaning that there's 3.2% probability that we won't break either one. And if you look down here, there's a 29.2% probability that we break them both. So, but that's the IB stat. And that's that. I'm a poet. I don't know it. I'm going to get rid of this chart to try to lighten up some of the compute load here. Come on, go away. Thank you so much. Look at the lags. Ah, damn. Come on. Chart. You can go away, I'm sure. That's a boy. That's a girl. All right. Now, we drove up, gap rules, right? We drove up, we didn't close the gap or the outside day, and we're selling back off and making new IB lows. We haven't, it's not a new IB because it's not 930 yet, but we're pushing them down. Overnight low is down, was 71% probability we're going to get the overnight low tonight, and that's down to that today, and that's down at 66.80 change quarter. You do not draw BP in random places on the chart. Yeah, and I don't know what any of those rules are. I've never really used fibs, frankly. So I don't know the rules. But yeah. Okay. Are we going to sell the rips here? Back to the open. So far we've gone nowhere. Well, we're just a little bit below nowhere. Three bar reversal right here, big time. 3 bar reversal. Where we are in the wrong window, sorry. 3 bar reversal right here, big time. 3 bar reversal right here. I'm not sure of the exact rules about that. This is a clean 3 bar reversal as near as I know. And actually IRT has we'll plot them. My version is that we have an up bar, a wick bar, excuse me, and then the next bar closes below both. Here we go again. Not the case here because they didn't close below. That's what I think. I have no idea. That's what I remember. Punching the low again. We got this big liquidity at 89s down here. 520 contracts sitting there, and it's been sitting down there for a long time. Since 8:15 this morning-ish. This came into the book. That's another thing I like about book. That's something as you noticed, I use Bookmap way more for just references and charting than I do all this heat map stuff, the colors and all that stuff that they have. Major GEX level that I mentioned earlier, since we're in negative GEX, not sure if level will hold. Yeah, it's supposed to sell off. Let's see. Where are we? Let's see if you're lying about this. I'm checking you out now. Well, this is GEX 2. Is that the... Oh, wait. Yeah, the put support down here you're talking about. Right down here at about the 69s. Let me read up. GEX level. Look at ATFs and the absorption at the bottom and move and price turned up. Oh, I don't have the AT ATAS up or on. Yeah. And how about this thing over here? What is it doing? So you're talking about this support level here. And yeah, we're negative gamma and we're under here. Here's the flip level supposedly, and here's the wider options. This is the ODTs and this are wider options. So yeah, according to what they say, it's once you get under here, it's flipped, and they're supposedly They're selling them to maintain the gamma neutral. And it makes sense to me to look at the zero DT, or 0 days till expiration, because of the logic as I read. They have no time, right? And time decay, theta, and Vanna and Charm, whatever the hell they do, sounds like a couple porn actresses. I don't know how the primary Greeks all work really, and I don't certainly know how the secondaries operate. I don't even know what Vanna and Charm. I forget what. I thought I remember Vanna and Charm. I don't know what Charm. I never even heard of it before. So we have a yeah. 95, yes. Okay. Well, this is the ES. I don't have, well, this 0 DTE thing doesn't have, I mean, this end of day thing. Well, it's supposed to be let's check if something moved. I think it's so weird. You got to update this thing manually. That can't be right. That's got to be as handy as 2 left feet. Intraday, gamma levels, update, boom, there we go. Yes, it's updated. Thank you so much. It updated, the time was 9 o'clock, so it's working on 30 minutes. And no, there's no change in the this thing. But yeah, there's a Gex 1, which is a pretty big deal, but that's at the 77s, and there's nothing Gexy wise down here at 95s on this thing, on the one that I'm looking at. And this is the ES. Okay. Look at all the boys and girls that got spanked trying to front run this level. Ooh, that happens so frequently. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Wow, man. Falling apart here. All right. What did we do now? Nothing. Uh, 2.5 minutes for the IB set. Okay. I didn't see the free trial on that Tunaki thing, but yeah, me too. I have no use. I don't see this mentor thing doing me any good. I think it's doing some people a lot of good, but I think it's only Fabio and that Patrick guy. Square dance with the VPOC. I'll have to check into the Tunaki this afternoon. I didn't remember seeing that trial, but yeah, sure, no problem, no question about it. I'm gonna be sure and cancel the subscription to the Mentor Q thing too, so they don't turn around and slide one through on me. Okay, I didn't see that, but okay. I'm not sure I saw their website. I'll have to look and see. It seems like what I looked at maybe was my problem. Maybe I looked at for a trading view indicator of it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a while now. I'd like to. Feel bad about missing that box trade, boy. I'd like to get a short off or something here on the IB. I think we're going to get down to these 69s pretty definitely before the day is over. 513 contracts. That's a lot compared to the rest of them. 80s, 70s, and 80s. But right now, it's a chop fest. All the boys and girls that thought they were going to get this IB. There's the IB set time. I'm thinking that I know this sounds pathetic. Maybe it's just desperation, but I think I like watching the candlesticks, which I don't like candlesticks necessarily, but in Bookmap, you can't use anything but candlesticks. There's no bar or, any kind of non-time frame. It's just this that I've found. Better than the last price thing. And I know, there are guys that are, I only use a line chart and all that. I understand all that, but I used to think the last price chart would, and these are just 30-minute candlesticks, don't forget. Turn this thing around and put these on 5 minutes. And what do we see? This is a one point high 5 minute chart. Now, that seemed a lot more busy. I'm not sure which makes more sense. Which is more noise. I think the last price line is more noise, I think. I know you just use candles, right? Time candles, or do you use bars? I forget, sorry. On ATAS. I'm just disappointed about right here. That's for sure. There she goes to the gym. Let's see. I better take my screen snap down here intraday just to make sure I got all the records down pat. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I really think that the chart, that the candlesticks eliminated a lot of noise. Obviously, the candlesticks doing the same dancing around, but the history's not there. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I know for the magic box, I've got to use the candlesticks because it's too confusing in that first short time frame. I've just figured that out with doing back testing or, replaying. Let's see. I didn't start this baby yet. Okay. That's what, range charts. There you go. Well, that's what I've been kind of noticing about Bookmap, it's like, here we are for something. I don't know what this is. Now what happened? 1500. Oof, I don't like that. I don't know why this thing doesn't seem to be, I can't seem to figure out how to get all this working right. RTH does that. Oh, okay. I guess that's right. Ooh. So there's been a little absorption down here at the bottom and a little up here at the top. These are 5 minute, 5 minute bars. I don't want to do that. I just want to go. I'm a little confused. I thought we got wait a second here. I thought we got a hell of a lot closer to yesterday's lows. What's going on here? Oh well. I guess that's a better way to look at it. I guess. I always had range charts going too, even way back when. But yeah, I'm coming to the conclusion that I think this squiggly last price high is, I don't know what good it would be or that it does me other than noise and confusion. Really. And God knows I don't need any more of that. Ooh, BPOC migration up. Boy, we got a square dance going on with that thing, huh? The crazy Ivan, and down we go, and up we go, and down we go, and up and up and up we go. Wow. So there's where that looks like. And then if we shut this off, there's what that looks like. And granted, these are not the snazziest candlesticks around, but I can make them whiter or whatever. I think very little, what can I do here? Colors, body, border, wick, advanced mode, open, high, low, close by trades. I don't know what these different things do. H by highest ask, L by lowest bid. Ooh, I think trades is the only way to go. Myself. Why would you want to just know that? Let's see what these different ones look like. Open, closed by trades, high. So not sure I saw any difference there. I hardly see any difference. Just a little scooch over here of the tops. Body width and pixels. Display total VWAP. Display bid ask VWAP. What the hell does that mean? Oh, there you go. Look at there. I didn't see that. You see it draws a VWAP in the middle of the bid ask VWAP in the middle of each candle. Not sure what that might do. What does that mean? What does that tell me? Does that tell me anything? How can there be a bid ask VWAP? Now, oh, look at there. Now we got all three of them. Ooh, we got lots of stuff now. Shiny. If the VWAP is by definition the volume weighted average price, I'm not sure what good the bid ask VWAP does. And if you look at this, they're pretty much all, well, no, they're not. I was going to say in the middle of the candle, there's a sweep. Yeah, I'll close it and see what happens. And best price line is great for scalpers when you need to make your entry absolutely perfect. You can easily see the structured breaks and or retest levels. I removed ask from Atos. Wait a second here. I used to use range book map and best price line is great. I think the only line on Bookmap that I see is the last. Ooh, look at here. Now this is interesting. The VWAP and the bid-ask VWAP is down in the wick of this candle. So that means that all this crap going on up here is not volume, no volume in it. Isn't that right? Yeah. Hmm. So if you want to think about the VWAP trading ideas, if this candle's going to want to revert back down here to the VWAP, I guess, isn't it? I'm not sure that having VWAP on an individual candles, 5-minute candles, is, what does that mean? How do you do that? This is the RT8 or the Globex VWAP. Wow. Ask and trade, is that it? Still haven't taken the IB yet, remember that? I have to, I just remembered that. Everybody got spanked real hard over here trying to front run it. There's the IB set. And now we're doing this. Best price line. I guess best price would be the same as last. Or not, maybe. They still haven't closed the outside bar. Never mind the gap. I'm tired of putting them over here. We've gapped up and down so many times I have to stop and read the dates in order to figure out what's where. I thought about that this morning. I thought, that's stupid. I'm not doing that. I mean, what does it do? How has it helped me? I also need to change the multi-bracket from the magic box to, let's see, what are we going to do now? 4-lot 20, 2-lot 20. Yeah, me too. I don't use the bid ask, even never have for a long time. But I'm trying to figure out whether the candles make more sense to me than that line. That's what I'm trying to do. Than that. Certainly a lot more noisy. No doubt about that. Mm. 15-minute spacing here. Let's make it 5 minutes. There we go. With this thing here, I suppose the same with ATAS, but all of this price data here. Oh, I'm sorry. All of this price data here is what's happening in this forming candle. So from here, that would be the open, and then all this is here. I'm not sure whether all of that does me any good or the candlestick, to be honest with you. So here's the candle. It closed lower. The VWAP on this candle is way up here. And what did I get from that? How does that help me think about this? And these are 5-minute candles. Imagine a 1 minute or something. And I, as we've talked about before, some of those fellows that trade successfully, I believe, I can't even see where price is, let alone on Bookmap with all the bubbles and stuff going on, colors and everything, levels and lines. No, it's just certainly not. Well, it's a blender fest. They are busy making a huge pot of retail soup. Imagine all the people that got hammered trying, front running this statistic or down to this liquidity down here, and then just kaboom, and even more kaboom. Wow, too bad. Let's see here now. Yeah. And if you're doing it, like I said yesterday, if you're doing it on your phone, I can't. Yeah, I understand completely. I can type on the keyboard without even thinking about it, but yeah, or I'm used to be able to. I still can pretty much, but yeah. And I watch the kids, right? Like Bankham, she can type about 120 words a minute on her phone. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how to do the Discord thing and be live, everybody, and still maintain the stream. I don't know. I'm sure you can. Tom does somehow or another. I've never looked into it. I want to keep the YouTube stream up for the fact that it records and it's a permanent record and I can review the streams on any device, you know, as opposed to, I don't know how the Discord stuff stores them streams. I don't. When I first, somebody told me to go to the Discord site. I thought Discord to me means inharmonious, you know, the word discord. It's a discord. It's not good. It's a confusion, argument, juxtaposition. I thought they had the wrong word, and come to find out, everybody on the planet knows what discord is, and I didn't. I thought they were telling me the wrong word. You know, if your relationship isn't, if you have discord in your relationship, it's not good. So I don't know who ever came up with that name, but well, are we going to break through the RVWAP and the R mid and the hoop-de-doo? And it looks like it, but going where? 3 points down here to the, yeah. Excuse me. I don't know what's wrong with me. If I'm dying, I wish I'd get it over with. Yes, I agree with you on the price action, though. I am certainly not going to get involved in this noise, except watching. The IB remains open, and we're basically, by definition, smack dab in the middle. There's the mid. And they're pretty lined up. Look at there, the overnight VPOC or POC and today's POC and the mid and the VWAP are all in a little pile right there in the middle of the session. So there's no news coming out today or anything left. God knows who's going to. Well, Trump's supposedly going to have a speech, but at 1500. So dodge that bullet. Unless he's changed his tune, but it doesn't appear so. Iran Foreign Ministry, in response to U.S. sanctions, Iran will use all available tools and capabilities to defend the dignity of the Iranian people and protect Iran's national interests. Well, I don't think that sounds like an unreasonable thing. I mean, that sounds like a pretty normal national approach to me. Well, look at here. Oh no, South Korea. Oh, okay. Ooh. EIA National Gas changes 16 billion. Forecast was 14. Previous was 38. Drawdown. Huh? Yeah. The leading index. I don't know what to think about that damn line in the candles, to be honest with you. And I'm not sure what good this VWAP in the 5-minute bar does anybody either. Doesn't look like it makes a whole hell of a lot of sense to me. What I think about that logically. The VWAP is way down here. This is the volume weighted average price. So we've extended way above it. But so what? Then it jumps up here in this candle. What does that mean? I guess if you had a series of VWAPs at the bottom of each candle, it would be that you'd be getting further and further away from the mean. Is that the idea? I think I'm going to turn those little guys off. I don't see what good they would be. There are. Here we go. Boom, bang, crash. Something happened. We're going to take the Ivy high. Oh, boy. Everybody dance. Everybody dance. Oh, somebody said something they liked. Look at there. Trump's giving away free money. That blonde chick took her top off. Who knows? Something happened over there. Well, here we are. We haven't closed the outside bar yet, but I'd say that's going to happen imminently if you're looking at this. They are ripping them up. They took the IB high, and they're approaching the IB thing up here. Awful close to that previous outside bar, isn't it? And the gap's just above us at 31 or 30 half. I'm assuming somebody said something. This is not just, I guess, normal price action. Other than the gap rules is happening, and it's only just the first hour and a half. So yeah, that's relatively early in the session. I got to think something happened if it's we're a 20.5 minute candle there so far. I'm sure somebody said something. Oh yeah, here we go. The scent is all over everywhere. Bond buyback. Probably going to announce increased focus on fiscal consolidation. So yeah, it's because the economy's on its ass and you're a dillweed, Vicent. That's why nobody wants to buy the 30-year debt. Why in the hell would they? It's so crazy. There's nothing magical about the 40 trillion debt number. No. Nothing magical for sure. Maybe disastrous, but nothing magical. Wow. What a thing to say. We can grow our way out of the debt burden. Most all economists that I have heard talk about it say that that is absolutely and completely impossible. And just, fodder for the masses. I don't know myself. And here we go. There we go. It was the big one up, and now there's the big one down. And yeah, I'm sure this is all Besant talking here. So there you are. And nothing about him. Where is he talking? That must be Fox News or something. Well, there's no, I guess he's just making a statement on it, I guess. Well, they didn't close the gap or the outside day, and that was all based on apparently the Treasury Secretary's comments here. This fiscal consolidation focus. Mm-hmm. This is a big, and he's been doing essentially quantitative easing. But it can't really be done by the Treasury. It can only be done by the Fed. So I don't know what you call what he's doing, but we want to show that yields don't reflect underlying fundamentals. What in the world does he suppose yields do reflect? Huh. Wow. I don't want the mirror to reflect. I'm a fat old guy. Okay. Wow. Look at the dump. I guess maybe the bond market doesn't agree. Captain Marvel. It's not a look at him go. Wow. I hope you grabbed a short on that one. We're down to the 50. We pulled right back to the 50% now. So if I would not go long here to save my for all the tea in China. This to 50%. We took out the IB high by the Edgefield strats. You would be going. This would be a long, but not with that news-driven nonsense. This dump is going to go down to the floor, I think. Yeah, just below the previous 62% probability in the previous IB low. Yeah, absolutely. I thought there was wasn't there a bunch of liquidity at the 20s here once upon a time? Or no, not this session at all. Not this session at all. Look at that candle. Woofty toofty toofty. 20 handles, more or less. I don't see how. I mean, I don't see positioning for a trade when we're when it's a news-driven event, and that's what that was. That's what this was right here, and then this one. Remember, there's a 26 or something % probability we're going to take both IBs. I haven't looked at Edgeville. I don't know what they've got going on today. To be honest about it. I can, however. Chicago Cash, MES, 2 years. What is this? It's got to be the initial balance report. Okay, cool. By weekday, Thursday. Yeah, 28% probability we break both. Only 64% we single break them today. Is there any customizing stuff I need to remember here? 5 minutes by wick, 1 hour. Nope. It's essentially the same. Oh, Magic Man. I let you down, my brother. I had a perfect setup, and I trailed up too tight, quick. It tagged me to the tick and went straight up to both profit targets. Worked out. I mean, it was the concept is great. It's only my trade management that wussed me out of it. If you can see that, I don't know. There you go. Bingo. Oh, I better get up here and protect myself. Bam. And to the tick and bam. T1, T2, and up we go. Worked out slick. I'm sure you got a hold of it, and you're probably on the short now. But there's that. Basant just had I don't know what, made a statement or a press conference or something. That's what drove this mess here. or that was the precipitant that the market used to go where they want to go. That maybe is a better way of saying it. Oops, wrong screen. Sorry about that. Yeah, it is. And it says, caution, Will Robinson, caution. Stan, I've been discussing, you know, I'm assuming Anthony's got a mute button. I've been trying to figure out the last price line, which I always have on IRT, on Bookmap, you know, is that just noise? You know, is that just confusing noise? And these are 5-minute candles now. And these little guys here, I didn't realize Bookmap does, but this is a VWAP for each candle and a bid-ask VWAP. I'm not sure makes any frickin' sense to me. But they're there. Whoa, no. They're there. Oops. Want that? As a matter of fact, I'm not thinking that does a lot of good. Bid ask VWAP. I'm not sure that matters. That's a VWAP. I don't see any difference in them. They just seem to track along the top of each one. But anyway, you know, is this just a real noisy mess, or does it help? That's what I don't understand. I'm trying to figure that out. Obviously, when it's the magic box, there's no question about needing to have a candle for me. These are 5-minute candles here. IB high was taken. I also don't know what this VWAP in the middle of these candles, what good does that do anybody? I don't know. I mean, the whole thing, my basic understanding of the VWAPs is that it's the, volume weighted average price. Obviously, it's where where larger traders try to execute to get the best average prices. But what's that? I'm not sure how that impacts a 5-minute candlestick. Like, for example, here was VWAP up here. And here it is 5 minutes later. What difference does that make? I'm not sure. I guess it's going down. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all there is to it. Let's see what the Gexaruni has to say here. Oh, I haven't updated him lately. Oh, look at this. Wow. Look at all the sweeps and nonsense going on the ES. And here are the Gex levels as per Mentor Q, as per the update. Let me update it again. Now, what it should say is that it's updated as of 10 o'clock, I think. Let's watch. 1018. I thought they only updated them every 30 minutes. Oh, wait a minute here. Blind spots up. Gamma levels intraday at 9:55. Yeah. So it won't update again. They will not update again until after 9:30, I guess, or 10:30. This is Eastern Standard, I think. Yeah, and it didn't move. What about that? I think I need another cup of tea or something here. So just take over my computer here, Magic, and let's make me some money. I'll be back in a minute. Well, what'd we do? Nothing. Okay. 5 minutes. What happened here now? I don't know why the stream's on the wrong thing. I don't know what was going on with the stream on your end. On my end, it had gone back to the starting soon screen. I don't know how the hell that happened. It seems to be okay, and there's no drop frames. Eats the hell out of me. I was busy thinking about how to do this Discord thing so poor old Anton can just talk. And that's what I do. So I escape that typing idea. The new batteries for my UPS are supposed to show up today. I got to switch them out because last night, after the scream last night, any little flicker in the power and these main machines all go down. Let me see something. Yeah, okay. I guess everything's all right. Jorgensen uses cross training. Yeah, the open. I mean, 66.98 on my side on the M's. I was looking at Discord as to how the hell. Oh, Tom's on the air, baby. Is this stupid thing stop? No. Yeah, I'm exactly. I want to get mine to the tick, baby. I want accuracy to the tick, the micro tick. That's just exactly developing value area low, according to here. And we're testing it some more. And I'm thinking we're going to take the IB low. Maybe not. I guess they swept them to see what was down there, huh? 320 stops or something, and 576 absorption or sweeps. I guess that's a sweep. Yeah, it sure popped right back off it, though, didn't they? Which doesn't make any sense if you're thinking about the Gex stuff, right? Or wrong. They should be selling them. It's a negative gamma. And I thought. Quite a distribution here. Basically just trading them. Open auction, eh? 30 handles wide or something. Doji no bloji down here. Ooh. Oh, I forgot the music. Not that matters, but I did. I queued it up and I paid for it. I might as well do it, I guess. I'm sure it goes without saying that we're still an outside day and we have not closed the gap. So, and I would say it's not relatively early in the session, so I guess they're going to keep going in the direction of the gap. Here's your ABC down here, but what is that? I don't know. With the last price, it's the ABC. It isn't with the 5-minute candles. I still think they're going to go down to 89. Look at that. Liquidity's been down there since how long? When did we say? 6 in the morning, or wait, 8 or something like that. And that's now up to 508. No, it was more than that. It was 530s the last time I looked. Well, Magic, I'm assuming you shorted it up here around the tops someplace. You seem to always be able to catch them. Have the right attitude compared to mine. I'm just still back on being disappointed about letting that stop. One ticket to the... There we go. We're in the right window? Yep. Okay. Well, if these intraday VWAP bars mean anything, I don't know what they do or how that would work. You know? VWAP is moving lower on the 5-minute bars. I'm not sure if that makes any sense or helps in any way. I only just found those things today. About a 28% probability that we're going to double IB, and it looks like that's going to happen before too long, except it ruined a lot of people's expectations over here when we didn't take that IB low on any condition and turned around and went all the way to the top. This is where Morad Askar used to say, okay, this is where you lean on the lighter level. You lean on the fact that there's only a 20% probability that we're going to take both levels. And you would trade against breaking the low. I remember very distinctly him talking about that in a webinar. And I thought, oh, there's a good way to approach, because his approach was, you can't trade the IB stat because it says either the IB high or the IB low, and at some point within the next 6 hours. Well, but if there's a 94% probability we're going to break one side or the other, and then there's a 20% or whatever it is, we're going to break both, you can lean on that 20, meaning you've got an 80% probability we're not going to take the lower. And of course, completely taken out of context. I mean, I have no idea what the day was or that he was looking at, but here we have a gap lower and all those things, and I don't think any of that applied during that webinar. I'm pretty sure it didn't, and that was a long time ago. A long time. So we've taken the mid, the IB high, and that's all. That is just baffles the hell out of me. I just updated it, and we've only taken the mid and the high. Here's the probability of both, right? Wherever you went, right? 30% probability we take both. So, you feeling lucky? You feeling lucky, bro? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm all for that. I mean, I like to flip you a lot of crap about those fibs, but hey, I'm, always reminds me of, here's my thought process. In the Caribbean, when I was flying a lot, flying cargo up and down, and I was coming in and out of San Juan 3 or 4 times a day. And I would wear a pair of, it was the Caribbean, so you could get away with less formal looking uniforms. And we had khaki shorts and a khaki captain shirt and bars. And somebody was laughing at me like, you're flying your own plane, just taking cargo up and down. What are you getting all dressed up like that for? And I said, hey, dude, if I can walk through a jam-packed customs hall, walk up to the crew line, throw down a crew deck, and walk out the other side back to my airplane, I wear a pink dress. And it's exactly the same. Now we just took both of them. Exactly the same here. I make fun, whatever or about the fibs or something like that. But anything that works I'm all for it. No question about it. Just like I'm talking about that, you notice I don't have anything going on with Bookmap, and you notice I don't have all those colors. And as we were just talking earlier, is this damn last price line doing me any good, or are the candles a better way to approach? And I don't care. if everybody in the planet's doing it one way and I'm doing it another, that point is not to be, is to trade successfully, you know? If you get my meaning. If the tips work, super. If I could figure out how to use them and had a software that worked, I'd do it. We're going to get that 89 though. We've taken both IBs now, so just got spanked. Just got spanked if you were leaning on the that stat idea. And I'm thinking we're going to plop into 89 and then who the hell knows, huh? Who the hell knows? 65 and 46. Ooh, what are we doing? Here we are. Okay. Got a naked POC way down here too from the 2nd. Second of June, mind you. Let's look over here. Well, I don't think we're gonna. Oh, look at us go back the other way. Here we are. Naked volume points of control. Are you gonna wake up? Am I disturbing your sleep here, Mr. IRT, or what? There we go. So something's wrong. That's obviously been taken out. Incorrect. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yes. Yeah. Here's today. There's day before yesterday, or yesterday actually. And the next one is 2632.75 from August 3rd. I don't know what the June 2nd crap's all about. I just missed this one. So that's my fault. My fault. Doop, doop. I'm tired of these gap high, gap low, bouncing all over the place because I confusing. Wait a minute here. You can't make money selling fibs. You need to buy a sophisticated platform with no BS indicators. If you want to make money, real money, watch that guy Larry P. Maybe you'll change your mind. Who's Larry P? I don't think it doesn't register with me there, Anton. Or is that the kid that, the young guy there that did the something or another that said he uses the Punaki levels? Is that the one? Was that his name? I don't know who Larry P is. I tried to stay away from all indicators, basically, except, you know, the ones that are here, price driven. And all indicators, as everybody knows, are historical. There's rear view mirror. GECs are supposedly at least forward looking in that, you know, what we think about them or all that stuff that we've all heard, so I won't bother repeating it. Man. You can't take two. Larry P. Larry. That's the event. Okay. I don't know that I've ever seen anything anybody named Larry Pessamento done, but maybe. The name didn't register. But thanks, I will do so. And we did that double take, and here we go, bingity bangity bong. Now comes Edgeful. Are you gonna short up here? There's the retrace. Of course. Here was the retrace and retrace and retrace. Larry Pesavento. A name sort of sounds familiar, but anyway, I'll check it out. Thanks. Yeah, well, I just don't remember that. I don't think I've ever looked it up. Yeah, and I can appreciate the fact that typing on the phone is horrible. I try to read up and down and make sure I saw the last one. Still never figured out why some of your texts disappear, though. That completely baffles me. Maybe when I see this guy's YouTube thing, I'll remember exactly who that is. I'm terrible with names. Well, so we've double ticked them and we turned around and up we're going. So that would have been a good mean reversion, would it? Of course. 92 to 98, 6 handles. A little scary right here. Okay. Need to figure out how to get that voice thing in Discord and all that going. And I mean, I know how to do that. I've done the Discord voice thing with like Kiloton and people that have just come in for a chat, but or ask me something. But in conjunction with the stream and stuff, I've never ever done that. So that's something I have to figure out. And whether it's much resources that's going to suck up or whatever else, I don't know. Pesovento. No. See here if I have YouTube. No. Amazing they didn't go plowing into that liquidity. But then again, the old story goes that inside that the higher time frame is who takes it directionally out of the initial balance, and until they do, it's retail. I have no idea whether that's true or not, but oh man, my eyes. Oh. Hey Panda, what are you doing? I know you think you're... I like boy, I didn't even see you there. Sneaky devil. Well, yeah, of course, and it isn't very far to go. Oh man. I learned about Larry P. from Tom Hougaard. Yeah, of course. I used to listen. Somehow my phone would end up grabbing those live streams of Hougaard and Karaoke Andy in either the European or the U.S. sessions. But for some reason they went away, and the way they're trading them, like the school run and the espresso, which is just an opening range breakout, but you know they're such huge 100-point stop and stuff. I guess it's to do with the way that the CFDs work. Or something. It's like, oh, okay. It doesn't happen anymore on my phone. And I don't go looking for them. I didn't feel like it was that kind of a... First, I don't know how much statistics are involved. Tom talks about it a lot, but like usually he does trade live. There's no question about that. Whether it's, but it's completely out of reason as far as I'm concerned, or out of my realm. And the fact that they just put on like the school run or the espresso trade on the NASDAQ with a 100-point stop. And another thing that I noticed about that is they have a risk 2 for a 1 reward. So that's something I didn't want to start thinking was a good idea, because I don't. Interesting, funny and interesting and all that stuff. And I'm sure a lot of followers on Telegram, and great. Good for them. As opposed to a lot of the BS, I do believe they actually trade live and are just what they say they are, So both of them. So that's a hell of a plus. And the DAX and the FTSE, and when they say they're trading the NASDAQ, they're trading a CFD for the Tech 100, it's called. I've noticed, however that works. Tom Hougaard's always referring to Al Brooks too. They just had some sort of a meetup not long ago. Al Brooks, I guess, took a dog and pony show on the road, and they all went to Macau, and Hougaard and Andy flew down there, and people from Rose or whoever she is, somebody in Al Brooks's room. They all had one of those presentations like Hougaard does frequently. Just recently, a month or two ago, in Macau. I'm not sure. I guess trying to get Chinese. I don't know how the hell that would work. I don't know who they were targeting. I mean, it would Chinese, I guess. Chinese market. You got me curious who this guy is. Let's see here. What am I doing? Yeah, he's a... Uh-huh. Yeah, I've never seen his videos. I just Googled him and you're on another browser. Technical analysis. Al Brooks is, you know, the godfather of that, supposedly. But, well, obviously, Wyckoff and Dow were, but still living one. Yeah, yeah. You know, yeah. I guess if you take every strike with a, you know, so much volume or so many options traded on it, it would turn out to be something like that, I guess. Let's see what I'll go over here, and we're after 9. Yeah, oh, we're after 11. We should get another update now if this works. Let's see. And I'll put this over here so we can see if something moves. There's Gex 1 and put call and what and update the levels. Bang, they were updated. 1050. And there's no change over here. So they haven't, nothing has changed according to this. Well, you couldn't get them much more stacked, could you? I don't know what color you get with, you know, when you combine red and yellow, but I think that's what I guess purple. We can have purple lines here pretty quick. Let me see what else I see. Oh, well, let's go over here and let's look at this thing. Okay, intraday, yep. End of day, don't get out of there. History, get out of there. Blind spots, get out of there. Let's just see what we got. So this is pretty much the same thing, and this is the ES, and the SPX is somewhere. See where that went. Oh, baby. Well, this is supposed to be live. It's supposed to be real time, and there you are. Now, this is a different thing than it is on that other one. $76, whatever that says, 75-ish. And you know, this is today. So is it? I guess it's not. Yeah, there's 90 and 100 and a 120 and 50. These are just the intraday ones. End of days are like that. According to them. Well, this looks like a scalper's paradise or a big giant batch of retail soup to me. You know, of course, if you got long down here and short up here, and you know, you're swinging 20 handles or more. That's pretty cool. But that doesn't, none of those fit anything. The only thing that comes close here for something that I've thought about before, supposedly vetted before, structured trade, is this one for the IB failure. But you gotta be pretty tricky. I mean, if this was the failure, stopped out, or maybe not. Maybe that's the point, is to put your stop far enough away. What is that stop actually? 16, say 20, well, 4 points. I guess that's within reason. That would be above here. So it could have been a logical decision for a VPOC failure. I mean, an IB failure. Little heat would be kind of annoying, and then down to here, but hindsight, rearview mirror. So clear. And later today, if it goes way up here somewhere, I'm gonna say it'd be easy to say, well, I knew this was the long, or over here the same story, and I don't know that. I don't see what levels would tell you that, or. On mute, sorry. I'm not sure what software that Larry P used. Hougaard used the stuff he uses is developed by him. Actually, a guy called Mr. H is the developer, but you know, Tom calls it my software, and it's free. But I think you have to be using whatever the broker's called, the CFD outfit. Great way to get a good following, huh? Ah, this is a mess. Complete mess. I don't care what you use in last price or candlesticks. What are you gonna? What a mess for me. $11.30. Remember that Trump is speaking at 1500. That was the latest. Yeah. And I mean, obviously nobody, dissent comments were not anywhere recorded or reported anywhere, and that was the big movement. So there you go. There you go. Maybe. Yeah, maybe so. Big move. In which direction? When? That you forgot to fill those parts out. That's the part. That's the part I'm waiting for. Big move. In which direction? When, baby? Load the boat. All in. Let's go. Larry P. guy's he's got a mentor business. It says, I want to, yeah, sure. I'd be happy to pay a mentor. 40% of my winnings, of my profit, on payouts, or one-time thing or something, But I don't think you ever find any one of them that would ever do that, because that's not the point. It's the source of income. It's like YouTube I wonder if anybody actually does that. There are now these people that supposedly pass evaluations, with whatever they do. You don't pay them anything until you get a payout, and then you give them, and then they take 20%, supposedly. Yeah, I'm thinking the same. I'm thinking the same thing, Anton. I was just kind of joking, but yeah. They couldn't close the gap. We gapped down. We're an outside day. They haven't closed. Well, no, they haven't closed either one of them pretty damn close to the outside day part, but yeah, either one. So what's going to be the precipitant that knocks it loose as we go into 12 o'clock? A Trump dump, whatever. I heard an interesting thing, some lawyers talking about the, somebody smart. Anyway, it wasn't lawyers, I think, and I don't think it was Tycoff, about, this new Trump thing where he's going to sell $100,000 a month memberships or to his advanced tweets on Truth Social. 100,000 US a month. And someone's question to the audience or to that person was, well, but isn't that insider trading? And by the law, no. Not for Trump. It's insider trading for anyone who buys that service and acts on it. That's the person that would be guilty of insider trading. Of course, they're never going to be prosecuted because Trump's, got the DOJ and the FTC, so, or the, SEC. So who's ever going to prosecute anybody? But the point is, the legal point is, no, that would not technically be insider trading. The person that gives the information is not trading on it. It's the person that trades on it and benefits from it that's insider trading. Interesting. What a true basket of snakes, man. Wow. I'll tell you one thing about this. I don't know if you're looking at it. I'll tell you one thing about this with this last price on there. It looks like some sort of a seismic, much cleaner looking story with just the candles. I will say that. It looks like seismic data on crack. If you have a large enough account, what you do is you just get short and put your stop over the high of the day. I mean, this is the kind of advice that you actually hear on YouTube. Get short right here and put your stop over the high of the day. That's when you're definitely wrong. And, see if you're going to get short. See what happens. That's a pretty substantial account to take a 30-point, but not Tom Hougaard or those guys. I mean, that's only 30 points. Hell, he's still got 50, 60 points left for a stop. So maybe that's really the way to do it. It's not my risk wheelhouse, but I'm gonna go get some more of this dry seaweed. That was pretty good. All right. Well, I guess this is definitely a bar building up. It's really not showing those characteristics on. If you look at the profile, this I would say is definitely a consolidation. How could that be anything less? But it's kind of funny that there doesn't seem to be any volume up here. Was some up here at the top from before. The volume seems to all be lower, even below these VWAPs. I have no idea if that means anything. I'm just watching, just looking here. I mean, the VWAP story. So the breakout retest would be boop, boop, and then short. But here we go. Now, how the hell can that be? Oh, it's two candles, all right. You can say, how can there be a VWAP in two places on the same bar, but it's the fact that there are two bars. It's kind of surprising. So is this our breakout and retest? Or our breakout into the moon, Alice? I wonder what this, well, the probabilities are of a double breakout, failure on both sides, ending up anywhere directional. That's got to be an interesting statistic from somewhere. I do think in Edgeful that there is an ability to do that. Let me look around while we're standing here thinking about it. Breakout, formation, retracement. Double break. There you go. I don't know. I haven't ever looked at this report before. So in the last year, there's been 130 first breaks, 29 double breaks. Wait, first break, double break, breakout first. Okay. So we had a breakout first and then a double break 29 times in 2 years. In a year, I'm sorry. Boop. And this is not filtered, I don't think, by, we can look around by days and all that kind of stuff. 60 minutes by wick, 5 minutes, wick, all days, all sizes of the IB. We can filter the IB and we can do all that. So, in 2 years, there's 261 first breaks of the IB. First break and a double break, there are 61 of them for 23% of the time. By the day of the week, whatever day of the week this is, pretty guess it's Thursday. And the IB size, that's somewhere. Yeah, I'll have to go look at that up in greater view. There's only 15 of them that have happened. Now, who cares? I mean, the point is, so what happens after that? Let's see what TradingView IB size is. 33, 20, something or other. Okay. So the IB size is 39 right there. Okay. Now, wow. There's only 5 of them. 5 times has that double broke. After a breakout first. Breakout meaning the IB high was taken first. In 2 freaking years. Oh, wrong. Hold it. Nobody move. Wrong thing there. I mean, wrong session, but it shouldn't change anything. No. Wow, that's pretty amazing. To me. I don't know what the hell you do with that. I guess, well, what you would do with that is you would that's still a relatively safe bet that you're not going to break the low, even though we did. You know, because well, first of all, that's not exactly such a safe bet, because given these exact parameters of Thursday, IB filter size, 5-minute bars, blah, 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 there's only 17 breakouts. So this is a third, basically, of the time did it double break. That's so, yeah, okay. What I'm looking for here, and I'm not seeing. What you can do now, you can design your own reports in Edgeful, which I haven't done. I have left it alone kind of for a week. But well, here we go up to the VWAP. Boom. You can go to the AI and based on this report as it's set up here, then say on how many times did it price extend some, you know, one standard deviation or whatever under these current circumstances, which is what I was thinking about. Well, here we are at the IB, or what do you call them, the VWAP. So there's the average weighted price. And what is this, IB 50? Yeah, the IB 50 from the bottom. And then our purple boys up here. I'm not thinking that that's a short. That would be a short on, from Edgeful's point of view, if we had only just taken the IB the first time, pulled back to the 50. That would be the retracement, and then with a probability to trade down to the 25 and back to the IB. But with this kind of a day, that's what I was just trying to figure out with the IB story is, or that filter. Now here we've traded right back to the POC and the VWAP, and what are we going to do? Well, there's a bunch of liquidity jumped in here, a bunch, 300 and 400 contracts jumped in here. Oh, look here, and Fancy Boy jumped off. When we went up there to the VWAP, this 500 contracts has been sitting down here since Christ was a carpenter, has now moved up here. So they're chasing it up. Interesting. Look at there. Yep, they jumped right up behind it. This liquidity has been in the market since about 8:15 this morning. Without wavering until right now. And when that bar hit that VWAP, I guess VWAP, there they went. straight up behind it. What does that mean? It means they're supporting it and pushing it higher? That's at your 77s. I wish this damn thing worked. I think it's pretty frustrating that it doesn't. Actually, where are we now? Well, on this thing, as you said, there's GEX levels all over the place. 95, 70, literally five points spreads up and down. Isn't that silly? Ooh, sorry. But here's the day, here's the IB, here's the trade, and we're just there. There's no, I don't know. This put the levels way down here. The expected move is down here. Yeah. None of that makes any sense as to when I read about what you're supposed to look for with GEX stuff. So I don't know. It says it's just, and it keeps saying it's updated. And this is the SPX, not anybody else. So I think I don't think the Mentor Q app or indicator is working particularly well on TradingView. It's just, they're probably working on it or whatever. Now it'll be interesting to see if we plow through this level at this almost 400 contracts at 388 contracts at 71. Oh, they junked it. They moved it up a tick. Look at there. You watching this? Oops, no, you're not. Okay. They moved this up a tick. Oh, this we traded up. They moved this up a tick. Now it's back down. Right there was up, and then for a second back down again. That's got to be algo schmalgo, I would guess. So 394, and they're chasing it up from down here. Interesting to see if we get through it. What would happen? Will they drop back down to here? Or what? There we go. They traded them out. Well, they traded it out. I don't know if I can actually see how many they traded out, but I think you should be able to. I didn't. 495 of them. That makes no sense. Oh, 78 orders and 195 contracts at 7701 on the bid. Aggressive. So they absorbed them and now they're pulling back down. They're coming down through it. Is it going to go to it? Are they going to pull it back down to here? Is that liquidity going to fill back in, or is that all they were looking for? Would be lovely to get these 10 points out of here down to the lows, but I don't think that that's prudent thing to do at this point. They better hurry. It's 11:53 over here. Yeah. Except we've got the VWAPs and the mids and the POCs and everybody up there, so that's pretty formidable. I'm not arguing, I think you're right. But in my initial, my tendency is always to want to get short. But, oh, here we go again. They jumped in here and pulled back. Now they're pulling lower. Oh, 400 contracts. Whoever this is serious about it. Now he's back down at the original 89 where he parked all morning. She, it, they, he, whoever. Non-binary. I'm not sure that this VWAP on the candles tells me anything at all. I can, theorize about it. Ooh, there's a VPOC migration on the full session VPOC. But I don't really know that that does any good. What does it mean? Now we got the now we got both migrating according to my stuff. So we have a VPOC migration lower. But looking back over the day, it's been a square dance right around these levels. I think we're just out of my window here. Funny how all of this volume here, all of this volume is in the wick. And this little blast up here is taking the bar higher. I mean, is how it's plotting, but the real volume in this candle so far, and the VWAP is down here, I guess, is all in the wick itself. If you're a VPOC migration trader, you're short now. VWAP to VPOC and, you know, all of those things. Liquidity boy's back down here where he was hanging out all morning. Liquid guy. So what do you reckon this might mean? I mean, if you stop and think about it. So here's the liquidity guy down here all day. Price comes up here near VWAP and up they come and trade out. Were they selling? Now they're waiting to cover. You know, selling up at VWAP and gonna cover down here. Sold some more, and in other words, sold some more. They'd sold some over here pre-market somewhere. I wonder how that really works. Because it doesn't make any sense that they come up here and buy them and then put their, you know, put the liquidity down below it unless that's their stop, which I obviously isn't. You know. No, 12 o'clock. There we go. The witching hour now. There we go. Well, Tom will have explained all of what's just happened. I'm sure. I guess. I suppose. Well, if you look back through the day, look at this liquidity right here. Pretty thick, huh? Little excursions up, excursions down. This is the only real liquidity or consolidation that built on the lower portion of it. The rest of the freaking day has been trading right in here. Is this the breakout and the retest? As you were saying, Anton, there's a lot more support below it than there is above it. Anton, I don't know if you're still here or not. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I think this is the guy here, is it not? Got a lot of videos floating around. The Money Show. Ooh. There you go. Got lots of stuff there. Lots of content. If that's the right guy, and I'm assuming it is. He's got all the little chart patterns there, and he must be a contemporary or something with the album. So we're breaking down into there's the breakout, and here's the retest, and are we going to go lower? That's the question. And, you know, Tom, they took the VPOC migration short, and or the, you know, in conjunction with the VWAP VPOC, and now they're 5 points in the money. Looking for the breakout. Looking for this liquidity down here at 89s. I'm not thinking that's a good idea. And as you said earlier, we're probably going to, you know, consolidating to break out. So that might well be what it is. These are just gray areas for me when feel like I'm just grasping at straws and starting to make stuff up like rear view mirror trading, you know. Maybe it's got to do with blood sugar, or brain cells, or who knows. The overnight low is down here below us with a 71% probability we're going to take it. And it's at 76.80. That would be nice. There are so many different ways to approach this business. It's just amazing. I think back on the different people I've listened to and stuff, like training with Jim Dalton. He says anybody that looks at a dome or any of these price action charts less than, say, 5 or 15 or 30 minutes is just cognitive dissonance and completely a fool. You know? There you go. From one end of this, one end of that stick to the other, all the way to the other, where somebody's making a nice living scalping. I think a lot of it has to do, and I say this till I'm blue in the face, but I think a lot of it has to do with account size. If you've got a big account size and you put a short on here, and you put your stop above the high of the day where you're wrong, it goes your way, good for you. That's trading on a much, and essentially you're talking, what is the timing there? 04 to, well, that would be a 1 hour chart. Or a 1 hour, candle or whatever. And of course, Dalton's usually directed to market profile, which are 30-minute brackets, just essentially a 30-minute chart. That's all. That's all market profile really is. Let's see what that looks like. I don't know whether you can even do that over here, I suppose. Yep, 30 minutes, there we go. So there's a market profile chart for you. Which is essentially what we got happening over here. B-shaped profile, which is long liquidation. Gonna get right back down through there, though. Maybe. I mean, just think about it. Even if you just shorted up here, when they tagged up here at the mids, it's 10 points. So how bad is that? Too much analysis, I'm thinking. I guess that's why I like the theory of structured trades and a more of a mechanical or a systematic approach. If your trigger says the VPOC migrates that direction, you trade. And you don't start wandering around, and that's probably why I like the magic box. And not much time for me to think myself into a hole. Probably. And it's, got success, proven success, so that's good. So what do you reckon they accomplished by this right here? All day, we get up here on this candle, they jump up below it, they trade a bunch, jump right back down. I would guess they sold. My guess is they got short. And then they're going to cover. That would be my guess. What else would it be? Why would they be getting long? Except if it's a market maker or a higher time frame, and they've been selling to all of these people, this would be their take profit, right? To buy it all back. But how does that explain the liquidity down here and over here? I don't know. I don't think that's valid. That's Wyckoff stuff, that ABC, those patterns are Wyckoff. The same with all of the stuff from that inner circle guy, what does he call those things? Value gaps or something like that. Fair value gaps, that's it. That's all Wyckoff. Turn of the century. It's all over his literature. He calls them liquidity gaps, I think, or liquidity zones. Same exact stuff. The guy just made up different names and made money on it. Good for him. And here we are, IB low, going lower. Well, I'm sure glad I didn't short. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. He actually said in one interview thing that I heard about him, that he never made any money trading. He made it all on mentorships with the X or whatever, Twitter or whatever that was called, or what's the other one? Whatever it is. Yeah, I don't think he's ever even really argued about that. The craziest thing I ever heard him say live, though, was the fact that he knew he had coded the algorithm that ran the trading floors because Jesus gave him the code. And I actually heard him say that. I guess it was him, as maybe it was AI, who the hell knows, which is pretty out there. But the fact that he rebranded to, Wyckoff or Dow and got enough dorks to pay him money. There we go. And they traded it out. Been there since 8 o'clock this morning at that exact level. Well, I'm a dummy. Running Dummy. That's my Indian name. Running Dummy. What did they do here? I'm curious to see what this was supposed to be now. Oop, I don't want that. I want this one over here, and there's the one I want. $48 orders. That doesn't make any sense on the bid. And traded out 80 contracts. How does that work? So they got short up here and they covered down here. on the bid means they were selling them. Sell delta. That doesn't make any sense. Our, the hedging story, and this is a option market maker adjusting his hedge, or all those things that we've read now that we're all GEX experts in my dreams. So they're going to go down and tag the overnight low into 71.8 down here. Well, there we go. Hi ho, here we go. Aren't I glad I'm not short? I hope you guys are short. Anton, you got to be short, dude. You were talking about this and breaking lower. Correctly so. So what is that thinking? How does that work? You're sitting down here with buys all afternoon. Of course, the fact that this ball comes up delta short or sell, doesn't mean that there wasn't a lot of buying down here to cover a short. There was just more gung-ho people selling to them. And maybe that does make sense. Yeah, I was done about, 2001 maybe, something like that. Well, here's the big dumperoonie from the overnight. And there's a doji, hoji, beloji. And how many trades did you do today? None of my business. Just out of curiosity. I've done one. Piss poor trade management.
I very definitely know I need to up the game and just to hell with it, you know. I mean, if it blows it up, it blows it up. And then, but I'm not getting anywhere like this. That's for damn sure. Let's see, is the music king? I think so. Remember, there's a Trumpathon at 1500 apparently. NVIDIA plots a China comeback with new AI chip. So I guess it's okay now that all the latest and greatest NVIDIA chips get sold to China. Remember when that was a big national security thing? And what month was that in the Trump 2.0? Crazy. Google Gamma surpasses Gamma. That must be a new Google model. Okay, never mind. Surpasses 1 billion downloads. Are you seeing this stuff? No. I'm just looking at the snooze, and we just came right down to that liquidity and that consolidation from the big morning dump. Now what are we gonna do? Go back up? Don't know. Yeah. Well, let's just see if you're kidding me or not over here. Let's look at the old GEX levels. So this is the ES. These are the GEX levels as per Mentor Q. Pushed here, and they're 30 days, minutes delayed, or whatever the hell it is. So what? So yeah, there's the put support, there's the blind level 10. We're falling off here some more. Wait a minute. Okay. What are we doing here? Well, we haven't passed 26, so I'll wait till it's gone 12:30. And redo them, but they haven't moved. And once the wall and the whatever else is way up here above us, or the HVL 0 day or HVL, as far as I understand it, well, that's all negative gamma, and they should be selling them to balance their, or to hedge, adjust their hedge, especially the 0 days. We can, yep. Mm-hmm. What's happening with this guy over here now? Real time spiders. Wait a minute. So now we have a new put support and 1 day expected move. minimum. How can that be? One of these is end of day and one of them is real, I guess. Let's check. Ah. So this is the intraday. Hmm. Well, boy, this would be the classic short in the hole if you wanted to call a bottom. This would be about as deep in the hole as you could get, I think. These are 5-minute candles, by the way. I think it's easier for me to see the market do this stuff than with that damn last price line. I really believe. Maybe I'm just trying to convince myself of something, but. A lot of noise in there, you know? The result's the same, obviously, but awful lot of noise. The bottom of that last micro composite that I have is 76.56. Sweep. Sweep. $836 of them. The thing about doing this last price rather than candles is it's basically removing time. You know, it's just price. Which I guess is good. There's something I missed from you. just seeing your post up there about scaling in, yeah. Adding to the position, there's a lot of people that really believe firmly that that's a real big plus to a trading career. Somewhere over here you're talking about buy real software. I'm trying to find that post. I'm on the wrong monitor. Buy sophisticated platform with no BS indicator. What sophisticated platform did Larry P use? Or I'll can see, never mind. Yeah, anyway. Well, we're getting some bottom taper on the profile finally, which is, I think, important. I always notice when they're just flat ledges, you know, and then nothing's there. It's like somebody just unplugged the auction or switched off the microphone or did something. Yep, there we go. You know they're going to get that overnight low, aren't they? Okay. Yeah, but our sophisticated platforms have bullshit. Where is it? Where is that? I've got to read your thing again here now. I don't want to miss your sarcasm or your humor or your intent. Oh, I see what you're trying to get at. Well, yeah, there's people, as I told you once, you know, those guys Those guys made huge money and never looked at a chart ever. Didn't know traders used them. A lot of people only trade on Bookmap. They'll have a couple of domes up. We talked about this before. You know, that no bullshit trader, whatever his name is, that fella from over in Orlando, and the Canadian guy. They don't use any charts. Supposedly only a couple of domes and trade bonds or treasuries, and you know, have made consistent livings for years. It's an old saying in the construction business, or in any of them, I guess. It's a poor workman that blames his tools. So yeah, if you know how to I guess trade or read price or do something correctly, you don't need all the bells and whistles and bullshit, like, I guess. But I'll definitely check out his thing and have a look. I've told you this before. I've said it here before. I mean, I assume they're not completely straight up lying, but these, you know, like that Dakota guy and whatever on Top Step TV, they just use that Project X thing. They got no VWAP. They got no indicators. They got no anything. Oh, that looks like support. Boom, they go short. Supposedly made $225,000 last year on Top Step. But his real income is supposedly options. Go figure, you know? Well, I guess it just matters on well, you can do it. I agree with you completely. A poor workman that blames his tools. And I'm sure there's, you know, people in the Al Brooks thing, and there's Trader Tom, and there's Espresso Andy or whatever his name is, and no, not Espresso, Karaoke Andy, because he likes to sing karaoke. He's a German guy that lives in Prague, wife and daughter or something, and his pleasures are going out in evenings and smoking cigars and singing karaoke, quote unquote. I think he said he doesn't drink. Yeah, and they trade with the basics, you know, no indicators, no volume profile, no VWAP, no anything else. Supposedly make a lot of money. Well, he snuck down there. You see how he jumped down to the overnight low? Little Mr. Liquidity Boy here. Up, down, down. Now is he going to trade him out and then be done for the day, or is he going to keep coming in lower? Because they're going to take the overnight low, and then there's got to be stops down there, I guess. Jesus, it's 20 to 1. My schedule's all out of whack here. That's not good. Oh well. Tough it out, I guess, till 3. So that's 823 contracts on the buy, on the bid right there. That liquidity boy. According to what this thing said, this complicated software. You ever look at point and figure? I always thought that made a lot of sense. The only accurate point and figure software I was ever able to find was from an outfit in London. And the only good YouTube explanation video of it was by a guy named Tom Dorsey, but it's older in the Bible. $922 stops got swept right there. Or contracts, you know. 1,079 of them are, I guess these are stops. This is the sweep, and this was an iceberg. And this guy's got 900 imagine an account where you're swinging a 900 lot. Well, of course, this is an MES. Never mind. But that still equates to 100 minis. That's, you know, a few. Does all this look the same over here? Oh, of course. But Liquidity Boy is not down here. Gex 4 is down here, according to this thing, and a blind level. But I don't see Liquidity Boy down here below him on the ES. By the way, yeah, on the ES. Also wasn't resting on the ES all day. That's interesting. Yeah. I found it real interesting. I guess it appeals to my logic because, you know, first of all, the boxes have to all be square, exactly square, and that's the problem with most software that say they've got point and figure. And then, you know, so many boxes up, and you put on another one, and when you get an up, it crosses that line. It's a short, or, you know, you cover or whatever. Yeah, whatever's required from those blocks moving up and down. I thought it was real interesting. I used to have it pretty well understood a while ago. And I tried to, there is actually point and figure on IRT, but, and the reason the lines the boxes have to be exactly square is because the support and resistance you connect the bottoms of the boxes, and those lines have got to be 45 degrees. This was also Dow. This is how he tracked the market with a pencil and paper. Charles Dow in the 1889 or whatever the hell it was. Yeah, they've got a point figure somewhere, but they don't do the grid right. If the grid is not absolutely square and can be squished one way or another, then it throws off all the math. Supposedly. But it's also, you got to also be real careful how you go about it with, risk management, because depending on where you get in, once you've got 2 blocks up or however it goes, then that switch to a long, and depending on how far up it goes, you could have a huge amount of risk. Tom Dorsey. Interesting. Very interesting presentation. Completely mechanical. Well, it's almost 1 o'clock, and here I stand. Heart in hand. So they came smack dab down to the overnight low and didn't tick it. Isn't that something? Aren't they proud of themselves? Nine and 900, boy. Oh, now he's down to 300. Maybe it was 3 the first time. I thought it said 9, but maybe it was 300. 305. It is now, whatever that size it was then. I'll be right there. Boss is calling. I gotta make sure I don't get on the wrong side of her. I'm in big trouble. Point and figure. Where the hell did that go? There you go. But I can tell you right away that it's pretty close, but these are not right because you can see that the boxes are wider than they are tall, so that they're not square, and that screws them up because the line is supposed to go up here at a 45 from whenever you changed, and then if you break through it by one box, you go the other way. But that's point and figure. And Dow did it with an old chunk of graph paper or whatever by looking at the market every day, supposedly. So the story goes. And I believe that's probably the story. Right, trust. I'm going to go see what Mama's up to, and I think I can tell by the smell that it's something wonderful. Smells like steam. I'll be back directly. Well, that was great. There we go. Here's another bad one. The next VP or naked volume point of control we got down here is 3275 from the 5th. Got to get under this irrational exuberance over here. I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. But they're going down with it, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm sure glad I didn't short that BPOC migration. It's not funny, but it is kind of, I guess. 25 points. Well, that was good. Only problem with a good lunch is immediately thereafter the snake mode kicks in and I'm ready for a nap in the sun. Yeah, there we go. So any place along here, just throw on a short. And the minute I did that, it would go back up to wherever, you know. It seems like, or at least that's my thinking, and that's probably exactly what's wrong with my thinking. But if you stop and think about it, if you threw a short on any one of these little pullbacks over here, wouldn't you be a happy camper? Instead of all the thought process involved with this level and that level, I know I'm doing this wrong, and I think they're going to go back and test here and all that stuff. I wonder if... Yeah, Vietnamese coffee. My wife make. I have one in the morning. I drink green tea literally all day in a big 8-ounce or 10-ounce, 12-ounce glass. And I also have a gallon of water beside the desk here that I fill out 2 or 3 times. I've got a really nice Rancilio espresso machine and stuff, but it's out in the murder shed. We never even put it on the counter here that I had from brought with me from KL. Well, come on now. So we just short him and see what the hell happens. Aww. You and the Gex guys. You Gex guys are all making me feel all embarrassed now. Let's see what kind of Gex things you're bragging about over here. Are you talking about Gex 2 at 70-ish? Oh wait, I didn't update those. Whoop-de-doo. It's been another 30 minutes. Let's check. Anybody changes? I don't think they're changing. That hasn't changed yet in a long time. In the last two or three updates here, uploads or whatever you call them. Let's see her. Let's watch her go. Boom. 1250 was the update from them, and X2 is down here. Oh, there we go. It just changed. Did you see that? And the put support dropped down below us. So it did change a lot. That was funny. I hope you saw that. Hope I had the right freaking screen. Yeah, I did. Wow, that's a miracle. Had it on the right screen. Yeah, did you see that change? This put support was up here. It dropped down here. The X2 moved up. The blind level moved up, or stayed the same, I guess. And the gamma walls dropped way down. It's now down here at the overnight at the 90. I should have taken a screen snap of that before, and then I could have put them side by side. And what do we got down here? The expected move is down here below us at 65. And here comes volume. Here comes liquidity boy down here again with 572 of them at 68. Well, that's pretty cool. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Now let's see if this thing over here does the same thing. No. Nope. It didn't move on this on the spider anyway. Well, on the SPY, it's and the Mentor Q app, it looks kind of different. Here we are, and there's the ODT support. Oh boy. Can feel the blood draining out of my brain. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Mm-mm. 240 of them. And then 217 and then 208. Just basically, as you said, 5 points at a whack. There's 70. Oh, shoot, sorry. 70, 65, 60. Yeah. They specifically said not to use SPY X levels if you trade. Am I using the SPY? Is that what I had up there? Well, let's look. There's the ES. And oh god. Yeah. Just get down to the, there we go. So here's the ES, which is 30 minutes delayed. So that looks fairly like what we were seeing on the other side. On the ES. I didn't think I was using this SPX. I thought I was using the SPY. Maybe I said the wrong thing. Let's check. SPY. Not to use so use SPX? Yeah, well, I was thinking SPY. I was thinking SPY is what you're supposed to use. And I got it screwed up. Yeah. You're right. Thanks. Good call. Good catch. So let's see what this says. Oh, man. Oh. Well, supposed to be live in real time is the SPX. And there isn't any, the PS support is, so I guess it's, I guess the ES is the way to go. At least this one has some of the stuff in similar locations. Uh, 76.6. Ooh, what is that? 76.70. Well, we've been talking about that one a lot. That's the ODT put support according to their application. Anyway. There we go. Yes. Yeah, 7670 is put support. It's the same as it is on their application for the ES. And now we're trading up towards the overnight low again. But that's got nothing to do with the flip. That's the part I don't understand. Or maybe I'm just past understanding, but and that's put support on the regular levels. Put support on the ODT is weighing that crap up at 7,700, according to this thing. Well, it's pretty clear I need to get a thing. I'm going to look at your Tunaki. if I'm going to think about these GEX levels, I don't want to be wondering which the hell, I look at 3 different platforms, 3 different things of supposedly the same outfit, and they're all different. I don't think I want to play that game. And obviously, wanting the right one is the way to go. I've never looked at spot gamma. I don't know. Flip on for ODT or for regular. There's 2. That's one of the issues. Let's go back to the ES. So, boom. Well, here we go. There is the HVL ODT, which is at 20. Yeah, 20, exactly. And the regular full chain, not 0 day, flip is 77.15. Put support OD 0 day to expiration is at 77 flat. Put support on the full chain is down here at 76.70. So I'm confused. I would think then, if that were the case, and we are so far below the 0 day flip, that they would be selling the bejesus out of this thing. But I thought that was the whole thing, was when you got gamma negative and the price started going down, the price of puts and whatnot started going down, that they would sell the underlying. I think I'm gonna have to tough this all the way through to 3. And now we've got, where am I? Yeah, okay, now we've got Liquidity Boy dancing all over the place again. Now he's above price. What does that mean now? He's calling him up? Now he's above the price. Ooh, man. Yeah, I see your bill quarterly. Oh, you can't get a pro quarterly, pro annual, pro monthly. Okay. I wasn't reading the whole thing right. Yeah, I see your 7 day. Retrial on Tunaki. It won't go to where I wanted to go. Okay, yeah. All right, I'll read about that later. Yeah, they bumped right up to that liquidity boy for a tick and zoop. That's pretty funny. Let's see what I missed. What I missed. Well, let's see. Absorption, huh? Well, we got some here. However many that is. 1,079 contracts. Let me make sure where I'm looking at the right, I'm calling them out properly here. So, okay. I'm going to keep my eyes on this little blurb right here. You can't see it in tone, unfortunately, very well. But stops and icebergs. That should shut off this one and this one. And I'll do that right now. Yep, there you go. Yeah, stops and icebergs. And now these are sweeps. Okay, turn them back on. That makes no freaking sense. Oh, here's the iceberg. Right there and right there are the icebergs. Now absorption, where did you go? It's not doing anything. You gotta be kidding me. Well, that's a pretty handy indicator. What have I got the visual stuff set for? Visual settings. Show icons 12. Passive buyers, passive sellers. That's absorption. I wish you could change this. Oh, you can't. The dot size. So what that's gonna, this little dot in the middle of the ball, for example, is the indicator. I wish you could do something about the indicator. Round rectangle, that's not much fun. That's absorption. And this, I'm not seeing anything on it, with it. Sweeps, where did sweeps go? Sweeps, okay. It's funny that they, oh, it's calculating, okay. The sweeps are gonna be these little dots, boom, 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 and then the volume at the bottom of it. And the rectangle here is absorption. Wish it was easier to identify. Well, that would be short covering, wouldn't it? Somebody's sitting on 400 of them right up above here to sell. So. There's no icebergs here that this thing is finding. Oh, man. I don't really see that, to be honest with you. I'm looking at the delta. I'm looking at the stops and the sweeps and no icebergs except up here. And I don't see, there's a delta sell and a delta buy, and I've got those deltas turned down fairly low, so. And everything I see on the cumulative delta over here is selling. I don't know what to say, actually. I'm sure I'm not interpreting it correctly. Need some fruit, maybe. There we go, some watermelon. There's something like that available over here too. Large trade tracker, it's called, I think. Big shot tracker. Liquidity markers. Maybe I don't have it. I'm pretty sure there's a large lot tracker. Oh well. I'll look at it later. Where did that thing go? No. No, that's not it. I'm pretty sure there is one. I don't know. I don't think it's nearly as handy as yours, though. I think we had this conversation before, Anton, and it doesn't do a nice description or, you know, an indicatory symbol or whatever on the chart like if you want to follow along with the theory of stops and fuel and whatnot. Oh boy, we're going to the moon. No, we're really going to the moon. No, we're all long. Uh-oh, we don't want to get down below here. I don't mean... 76.56. What's down there? Oh, here we are. Close, huh? And look what's laying right at 56.5. Liquidity. Ah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's probably partly true. Book map started a long freaking time ago. I think it's 20, maybe 2016 or something like that. Yeah, it's been going a while. I don't know when IRT started, but it was a long time ago. Oh, tell me how you'd set up this exact view that I have right here on Atas. Never mind about the last line or something, because there's no heat map really. What there are these columns and price levels, and you know, how would that work? I don't know that I like this view, and I also like the multi brackets and stuff for trading. That's something I've never looked into at all. Over there. I have I'm sure there's probably a way, I just don't know. Here we are, banging around. 70's got a lot of liquidity laying around down there. You suppose that buying is short covering, I guess. Not buying for a new position, probably. Well, wait a minute. Does your buying indicator, your absorbing indicator, that's aggressive, right? So short covering down here would be, I guess, would be limit orders. So that wouldn't be, because it's aggressive buying or selling that's reflected in those absorption indicators, I think, which is off, bid, which is a market orders. The aggressive ones, I think, is how that works. That's how it would work with IRT. I mean, with Bookmap. Yeah, me too. Maybe just volume like the bubbles over on Bookmap. Maybe. So these are the absorption, passive rectangle, passive buyers, and that color. Another one over here. My visual settings go. Stops visual settings are the colors of the bars, sell and buy. This is all selling stops. Makes no sense. And wait a minute, where's the iceberg? Iceberg visual setting. I'm trying to figure out what this. That one's a iceberg or a stop. I changed all these things around, so I'm gonna go ahead and definitively sweeps indicator visual. Other way around. Aggressive sellers, aggressive buyers. Yeah, boom, 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 boom. Those were sweet. And there was 1,800 contracts left out. Sweep to the upside. Stop. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. One thing I certainly like about Atis or even TradingView, you know, is how the ease of navigation and flipping around and changing things. Everybody's got this same idea over here now on the left. I suppose maybe these charts started out being based on TradingView. I don't know. Compared to what I've got happening is, and being able to, for example, okay, let's go back and look at the last couple of sessions or the last 2 days or the last 50 days or whatever is easy. That's a pain in the ass in Bookmap, and it's virtually impossible in IRT to zoom around like this. I'm over that, and it's tiring. Like I said, I wish they had a way. I wish they had a session prices and a way to export data. Then I would be quite fine with moving on. And I'm not sure how to do the volume profiles, but I'm sure there's a way. This sucks the way it is here. I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm sure there's a way to fix that. I just don't know what it is. So you can have one for every day or something, and maybe it would be nice if there were split volume profiles for the colors, but maybe not. Oh, I was looking for the other one. I was looking, what I'm doing is looking over here. This is something I don't understand, so I must be doing it wrong. I guess. You know why? It doesn't do me any good to have the volume profile over there. I want it over here. So I just don't know how to do it. I know there's a way, but not very intuitive to me. I suppose session prices and export data are probably two of the biggest criteria I've got. And a proper TPO chart's pretty handy too. Well, we're just down here waffling around. Well, we're getting a bar trade going down here though. Look at this little consolidation we've got. That's pretty clear. Pretty clean. What they're going to do with it, I have no clue. No clue. Oh, we're almost at the power hour. I've got one more hour to go. I'm just going to tough it through here till 3 o'clock, and then I'll do my normal midday stuff. Yeah, I know you do. That's obvious. And if you were going to be the product owner, that's really cool. You must know it inside out. Absolutely. How long has it been around? I mean, I've never heard about it till I met you here. Not that that means anything, but I'm just curious. How long it would take to develop something like that. And I suppose it depends on how you start. Oh, okay. Well, because that thing I have volume TPO chart is the only thing I see about TPOs, and you saw what it looks like, I guess. This is the thing I have. This is volume profile and TPO. And it's got, I can't get it to do anything. The funny part to me is, okay, there's what I've got. Now, if I try to, come on. If I try to change this with the bar here, boom, it squishes it right down, no problem. But it's on the wrong end of the world. It's only an hour long right over here. I don't know. That must be what this really mean to do with the time, I guess. And if I go that way to the full day, it's going all the way across the profile. That's not what I want. Here's the next one, which is right, correct. But for example, but I don't see any TPO stuff here. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying I've never seen it. Split periods from G and merge periods, and yeah, that part's right. Show initial balance, yeah. Left to right, right to left, okay. I tried messing with this and putting in the time, and that didn't seem to do that. It didn't like that at all. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, there you go. And it's one of the problems is, or not problems, but one of the things is obviously this is doing the entire ETH. There's ETH to ETH. So yeah, I'm sure it's easy to. I'm sure once you know what you're doing, it's easy to do. Like flying a plane. Pretty soon it's unconscious competence. Well, are we going to pop through here and then just go rip snorting down? Or what are we going to do? Yeah, exactly. And on mode and profile things. Yeah, okay. 4 years, that's quite a while. Yeah, I would imagine it takes, I would think it would take a minimum of 4 or 5 years to get some sort of a product that could built that with all the special bells and whistles crap that traders require before it could be, somewhat commercial. It'd be my guess. Unless you have unless you're Microsoft or something with 10,000 developers, which I don't think any of these software outfits really are. As near as I'm aware, IRT was essentially developed by Bill Lin. That's why it's called Linsoft, and Chad Payne. And Chad was the lead developer guy. And customer support. Everything. I was really disappointed when he left. I found out he was gone. Because that's all these answers and delays and all this crap. Just a quick email or a ticket and it would be solved. Bing, bang, boom. If it were solvable. I think the story with the lag is probably a function of just the way it was originally coded, single thread, and all the the vast increase in volume of data and the calculations that need to go on behind the covers there is more than it can do, I guess. It's Sierra chart pretty much doing pretty much what I needed to do at one point. In those days, when I used Sierra chart, I mean, the comparison, first of all, being locked into Denali data sucks the big one, in my opinion. And number two, there was like night and day difference between support. They came across like, well, if you stupid shit, if you're so dumb you can't figure that out, what are you bothering me for? That kind of a thing. And whereas Linsoft, on the other hand, were absolutely 180 degrees out of phase from that attitude. So that's, and then it did everything I needed to do then. So that was the end of Sierra chart. And before I did that, and before that one, it was Market Delta, which was one trick pony, basically by Trevor Trevor, got his name. Anyway, market footprint charts. And the funny part about it is the programmers for that were Bill Lynn and Chad Payne. So the story goes. But you stop and think about talk about a great bird nest on the ground, boy. I mean, you at $120 or something like that per trader, the thousands of traders that are using IRT. Jesus, Linda's got to made a freaking gold mine, man. Talk about a gold mine. At one point, it was the go-to thing by FT71, Murad, and that's why if you look in the back end of, or in the indicators in IRT is all those flex levels and all the stuff that Murad would talk about and demonstrate on all of his trader bites every morning and talk about it on, Big Mike Trading. And it was his go-to thing for a long time. Jesus, they must have a phenomenal user base. Absolutely. Well, Power Hour. Let's go, Power Hour. I'm fading fast, my brothers. I don't know what that software that Hougaard had built, or he calls his. Looks like it's got all the bells and whistles that you need, but then he doesn't do all the indicatory crap that so much do. Heat maps and volume profiles and all that stuff. Got what he needs to make, I guess, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and that's all you need. Can't think of the name of that. That well. Disappointing box trade there. This performance, the box trade worked like $1,000,000 on my part. Look at that sweep. Right up to T2. Wouldn't that be fun? Like a witch riding that broom, man. uh, yeah, exactly. Well, I want to see all, well, basically all of these, the session prices. And the reason I export them is I have to, well, first of all, I have to export them from IRT to Bookmap. That's number one. Number two, to, share with the people else. But, close, settlement, value areas, RTH, ETH, IB, just the normal ones. I suppose it would do all that. I don't know. Historical and weekly and all those kind of things. I'm sure I showed you this before, but maybe not. These are this is the session prices indicator. And those are all the session prices that are available in IRT, and then you can store them in these values, whichever ones you want, and use the export data to export them as a CSV file and be used anywhere, Cloud Notes or wherever else. But those are the ones that are available. 26 or something like that. 24 of them weekly and all that kind of crap. And I'd be pretty surprised if the data is there somewhere, you know, in a platform like Atos. It's just a matter of getting at it. It's in the database somewhere, obviously. They only develop in-house, right? It's not one of those deals like Ninja where, you know, everybody and their brothers building whatever they call them, the Ninja verse, where everybody builds solutions or platform, kind of like TradingView, where, you know, anybody that build whatever. I guess it's checked somehow by those people to find out if it's, you know, complete garbage or full of spamware or something, but maybe not. I don't know. It is and it isn't, I guess. Like, for example, if I wanted to scroll back here, it's a giant pain in the ass. You know, it doesn't. I'm rolling the mouse button right now, and exactly nothing's happening. And according to this, there's no lags. I can go to something like this guy, and it'll do that a little bit better. It's a matter of what's being calculated underneath. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean, I would guess that's obvious. And I suppose these profiles are a big deal. But now this thing about every time I put on a trade, it crashes. That's a no-go item. And if I wanted to, you know, there's the volume profile. Compute how many profiles back, overlay the bars, the colors, the POC, developing POC. Do I want to store that data somewhere in a VPound variable to be used somewhere else? You know, they're all of the stuff is pretty much laid out the same way. And so it makes it easy to get around, and it's basically click and point. Yeah, that's... And obviously, you know all about ATUS, and I know a little bit about IRT, so I'm sure it's easier for you to zoom around there than it is me, for sure. Well, they're sneaking up on the final turn to the clubhouse turn down here. And now watch him put on a closing swing trade squeeze and goes zooming up past and close the gap. Nothing would surprise me in this thing, you know. Nothing. And another thing that is I consider to be important that is available is being able to code up strategies in the back tests, forward tests, in sample, out of sample, all the correct stuff is available to do. It's bar by bar though. It's not tick. So, you can't see, the system can't backtest what's going on within a bar. If it just knows high, low, close, open, high, low, close. And if the the criteria of a specific rule happens at any place in that bar, it's considered positive or true, even though it might be backwards. It might have gone to the top first and then come down to the bottom second, or started at the bottom and gone up to the top. You know what I mean? So that's a problem with it. But that's a problem with any bar by bar backtest engine. Any of them in TradingView, I believe, is the same idea. So that's a problem. As far as accurate backtest results, one of the places that kind of thing would bite me in the ass is, for example, right here. Okay, here is let's pretend that you have a criteria. The first rule is a breakout. Open below, close above. And then the next rule is retrace to the 50 or the whatever it is. Well, if it's a bar by bar back test, it's going to look at and say, okay, the high of this bar was above the IB and the low of the bar was at the 50 thing, and that's going to be positive for both of them, whether it came down to this 50 first and then went up and broke out, which would mean there's not any possible way that would be the trigger. It'll fire both of them. That's one of the complications, or not complication, but that's one of the idiosyncrasies of that bar by bar idea. I tried to get around some of that by using 30-second bars, but it didn't like that very well. It would never seem to get lower than a minute. Well, we're coming to the clubhouse turn. If I can just not doze off and hit my teeth on the edge of the desk, here we'll be all set. And I can't guarantee that at this moment, but maybe. Remember, Trump is speaking at 3. They're trading past 3. I have no idea what that might be or not, but what's going on here? There we go. What else is happening? You were saying that whatever his name is, there's 100-year-old software. I can't believe that, of course. But what is it that he uses? Do you remember the name? I'll look and see. Larry P. I've noticed a lot of the YouTube guru-y, mentor-y kind of people. A lot of them use TradingView. I was thinking about you just now about the reading and stuff, and thinking back to that one, the one webinar that FT71 had done, and it was about bookmap. It's when and then he moved from IRT. He started also incorporating bookmap. And he had the theoretical average calculator that came with stage 5 brokerage or whatever it was, which is the break-even thing here now. But I remember one webinar he was doing where he was talking about, well, this is real advanced. I put on a core position and campaign around it by buying and selling and all this kind of stuff to try to show how the theoretical average would change based on stops and whatever else. Thinking back on it, that was complete bullshit because there's FIFO. You're not campaigning around anything. You put a trade on and you sell. You put a sell, it's going to take out the first position that you had on. It's not going to take off where you're campaigning. I don't think. I just thought of that while I was standing there. Oh, well, wait a second. How the hell would he do that? Because I was thinking about executing the trades like I do on a platform like Atos or something else. And then I got to thinking about that particular webinar, thinking that is complete BS. You can't do that. Before FIFO you could, I guess. But, and I imagine there's, high frequency trading people are in a whole different world and they can do what they want. I don't suppose there's FIFO involved with those guys, but for us to put on put on a short or a long right here, and then when the market goes down, put on another, add another one and then take it off partly up here, it's going to take off the first one you got in. It's got to do the first in, first out. I believe. If I understand that correctly. All right, the bottom of the hour. 7 hours. without my little eye drops. My eyes feel like two burnt holes in a blanket. Well, one a day. Again, Blue Boy, first print of every session. Real complicated thing. It is a vertical line. The point of that is, if I glance left and see Blue Boy over here, and I know that this is the inside market, this is right here, right now, no possible way I cannot understand what contact was, and that's down. Right? The first trade was the box trade, magic box, and I mismanaged it. I mean, it didn't cost anything, but stupidity. You know, it cost a lot because I trailed up rather than just letting the trade play out, and it went to both targets. So there's what happens with that. And then we have just been smacking around all day, all the way down. Same story here in IRT. Market profile, we have singles left behind at 76.79, 76.84, and 76.89. 3 sets of singles. That's interesting. Not with, certainly not with, unless they changed the law. It was a law. Yeah. Well, good for you, man. A lot of great experience, I'm sure. A lot of great tales I would love to hear. Yeah, but as near as I know, it's a law, and every retail trader anyway is, hey, lucky, absolutely supposed to follow that, I guess. And that's why, well, there's a lot of things. Yeah, so here we are. MES, these are the micros. These are the minis. Here we are today. This is the micro high composite chart, the micro composite, in my opinion. The micro ES, daily bars, day session, daily chart, RTH session. Each bar is one full RTH trading day. Yesterday, day before, today. Wherever price overlaps, I pull this volume profile around, and that generates the high and low volume nodes and the micro composite VPOC. Those push to bookmap. So do the session prices. And this is market profile. Let's see what we've got for the all-important snooze. First thing is, Trump's going to be talking at 1500. If you're trading with a brokerage or something that doesn't require you to flatten out at 15 or 1510, be careful. Potential risk, not a political comment, potential risk. If you haven't recognized that as a potential risk, I'd like to come live in whatever world it is you're on. Tomorrow we have upcoming news reports, S&P Global PMI, Services PMI. Those are both 3-star events at 8:45, not 8:30, 8:45. And this is investing.com. You can filter for wherever you are. It's free. I think that's the best way to go because The resources are available to anybody. I'm sure they'd be tickled to death if you wanted to pay them for a subscription. They only report traditional economic events. For example, you don't see anything about a Trump speech at 1500 here today because it's not a typical economic event or a report. We're in earnings season also. And we've got Wally Mart. They were already reported. The little sun guy is before the market, and the little moon guy is afterwards, of course. To the bell. Tomorrow, what do we have? Ping, Cathay. Ooh. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's Friday. That's a short week. Okay, that makes sense. All right. So we got a couple at 8:45 tomorrow. A couple of 3-star news events at 8:45 tomorrow. Let's put that on your remember that program. This is Financial Juice, which does pull non-traditional economic reports and events into the system if they can. And so here's Trump speaking, because everybody knows this is a potential risk to the auction. And this is the Squawk Box, which is pretty handy. And over here is where we will see the market on closing balance at 1450. So there. That's pretty cool, man. I bet that FIFO could be pretty confusing for high volume active traders keeping track of all of that. Must have been pretty interesting. I bet you. Yeah, so we've got about 12 minutes. Big consolidation building up. Well, big, prominent, definitely defined based on one of the singles levels. The 79s. Remember the strings of singles here. We got 79, 84, 69. So that's there. Only a couple of TPOs, but a single's a single. Looking at Gex level heat now. So when price hit the level, it would react 5 points. That's what you're saying there. Right. Yeah. Cool. Again, it's I don't know how that would apply here or look here, but we come zooming down, we cross 1, we cross 2, we get to no place, and we come back up. Yeah, I think they're real important once you got the right, once they're in the right spot. You know what I mean? If they're actually where they're supposed to be, and that's what I'm not so sure about this thing. Here's GEX3 in a put support level. Looks like it's pretty well holding, but there's no put support there that oh wait, I've got it on the ES. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, there's a put support right there. Boop. So here we go. Put support and GEX2. Do. Yeah. And these are, interestingly enough, 5 points exactly between each other from down here. 65, 75, 85, 95. Huh. You know? Is that the truth, and why is it? I don't know enough about options to know. Is there a strike, a heavily traded strike at every 5 increments? Because if you want to look at this thing, that's the deal. I don't know. Smells kind of fishy to me. But then options are set. The strikes are set hard set, I believe, aren't they? Are they not? So that might make perfect sense to an options person. And if it's the case, would make sense to me. And it seems like the price has been pretty well respected, and the put support and these blind levels, they say, when I listened to the video about it, was that they've come up with these by quantifying not necessarily options levels, but things that are can't think of the right word. Important, but correlated. There we go. Correlated, and at the level. So correlated event or important bit of data at the level, and that's where they get these blind levels, because they're, for example, the Dow doesn't have options. So if these, in correlation with some of these GEX levels, that's where they came up with this blind level thing, according to what the guy said. But yeah, it looks definitely putting along right there between the two. We're gonna poke out the bottom now, right into the close. The next block of stuff is down here at 50s. And look at the NQ, just going up like it's everybody's, minding its own business over here. Definitely a diversion between the correlated or non-correlated assets at this moment. Unless ES is doing something I'm not picking up with my charting. No, it's falling out the bottom, and the NQ's up here, going up here above the IB low. Wow. And Here we go, loop-de-loo, right? See there? Hmm. Uh, 5 more minutes for the market unclose. I check spot option strikes for 5 points. Hey, Tam. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and to be honest with you, if the levels are all 5 points apart, it's like, well, you can just say, "See, turn to my level." Right there, look at it, bounce right off my level. I gotta admit, I can't wait for the top of the hour here. I gotta jump to the shower and get some drops in my eyes and. Yeah, get out a chunk of graph paper, and boy, you got lines everywhere. Look at there, traded right off my level. Boy, my eyes are killing me. Minute and a half till the market unclose. At the top of the hour, I'm going to knock this thing in the head. I don't think you guys care. I don't think you're going to be wanting to see anything on my screens. I'm not sure. I doubt if I'll do an evening one. I looked at it last night, and I'm glad I didn't. The big movement, of course, well, here. Oh, no, I can't show you that one on the wrong screen. The big movement, of course, was at 4 in the morning. Well, that's not going to help me. And I think on the other side of the coin, the lack of follow through and the lack of liquidity in particularly the Asian Open is probably more dangerous than not trading it. I don't know. I know, Magic, you've had some pretty good luck doing that, or good, good results doing that. Yeah, that's using the asymmetric trade idea. That's something that I've noticed Magic post now and then, and I'm envious, and every night I say, I'm practicing that tonight, and I'm going to just do them religiously. For example, right here. Oops, let me just get to the front of the day. Come on. It comes up here and you get a double top and it doesn't do anything, and you just get short and get a stop right above it, a point or less. What do you got? What do you got to lose? And what could you make? Yeah, that's really important. And I realize that's back, rear view mirror all that crap. And that's absolutely, it's not crap. That's absolutely true. You never want to think that way. But then again, you have to start looking at a general picture, I think, for where you're going to do stuff. This is actually another one. Traded up. So this is the opening swing, right? You trade it up, you trade it down. Below the last swing low. Did it keep going? Nope. You put one on and put a stop, an asymmetrical spot below it. And this has nothing to do with the GEX levels, but I agree with that. Take care, Anton. Have a great run. One to 5 on it. I don't think it's 1 to 5. It's 1.5 to 1. Magic. Well, you didn't type it right. So you risk 1 point to make 1.5. That's what he's got typed up there. If I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong. That's a 1.5 to 1. So in other words, if you risk 1 point, you're going to make 1.5 points. I think. Okay, are we there? Oh yeah, we did the market on close and balance. I'm busy jabbering and nothing, and I want to emphasize nothing happened. Let's see. Oh, who's this? Oh, Melania Trump joins IndyCar and Fox Corporation. What the Christ? That doesn't even look like her. Is that really her? Trump joins IndyCar and Fox Corporation to expand fostering the future. I have no idea what that means. I'll admit that right now. But here's our market on close imbalance. Sell side, 361 million. Buy side, and sell side. So we got 2 and 2. 149 million, 144, and the Mag 7's at sell side 171. That doesn't even look like her. That looks like a different person. Wow. That's amazing. Anyway. No. Okay. Oh, I see what he's getting at. Yeah. You're right. I am too tired. You're absolutely right, Magic. Yeah, 5 to 1. If you make 5 points to get, if you risk 1 to make 5, absolutely. Yeah, that's great. Jesus, I'm tired. This has been a full day. I didn't take my midday break, and my ass is dragging. My eyes are burning. Yeah, a bunch of other wimpy excuses. Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of this GEX thing and get something different. This is useless. I have it over here on the ES just to try to see it, but and here they are, there's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, exactly one, but I don't see. Well, I guess he's saying boom, boom. But then there you go, didn't react. There you go, didn't react. There you go, it does react. Up. And then down here, it's just flopping back and forth between them for the last all afternoon. This started at 1 o'clock, 1:15. Oh, look at us go down now some more. Now we're going to break out. We got a bunch of selling going on. Delta and icebergs and 3,492 contracts absorbed. Oof. Oof. Yep, take care of yourself, Magic. I'm done. It's top of the hour. Talk to you later. Thanks, man, for everything. My. Look at them go. So what was the context today? Is there any question in your mind? Oh, this is the ES. I'm sorry. Wrong one. There we go. Got the 60 down here. We got the 50 down here. And they're still coming down with it. What will they do at the top of the hour? Turn around and spring back up? Just traded that perfectly. Look at that consolidation. From there to there. Perfect. Huh? Perfectly contained. And here's a breakout. And will they retest? I mean, we're out of time now, but yeah, I'm going to be pretty excited to close this one off myself. I may have a Globex trade tonight. I may not. It'll be, if you click like and subscribe, I appreciate that very much. Click the little bell thingy if you want to be notified for those extemporaneous live streams. I do that because I have a commitment to never take a trade off live stream. And I only trade live. So there you go. And this was the trade of the day that didn't get us anywhere. There we have it. And would have been two targets. Both T1 and T2. And this is a 3 lot. So. That bracket trade is right there. So there's a 3 lot of 24, and then there's 2 24s is 48, and another 48, 96. 96 ticks. I blew, and I got 2. I got 3 instead of 96 because I wussed out and overmanaged the trade. All right, a minute to go, and I'm happy about it. I'm here to admit it. Going on up here now. Okay. Bam. 30 seconds. Count them, seconds. Well, thanks a lot for stopping by. This is Risk Neutral Trading. It's my virtual trading journal. I trade every day and stream every day, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until now, 1500. This is the full cash market. And sometimes I'll do an evening stream because of my commitment to never take a trade off the live stream. There we go, 1500. So make sure you get away from the screens. Work-life balance is real important. Be sure every morning you're well rested, well hydrated, you're not on emotional tilt, This is a real highly competitive endeavor. And the people on the other side of your trade or the machine are the most well-educated, best supported, highly paid group in the world, some of them in the world. So it's not just a casual old pair of Converse and the sloppy sweatpants deal, you know. Have a great afternoon, and thanks for coming by. Remember, 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. Pre-market, set up all the statistics, set up the software, set up the trading brackets, and get everything ready to roll, and then trade the day. Have a good one.